Should be live now? Right? Should be live now? Alright, good. Right? Should be live now? Alright, good. God damn it, I hate it when the freaking window forces itself on top when I'm trying to alt-tab to something. Okay. Let's get the music playing as well. There we go. Alright, we gotta do our stuff here first. Oh, there's like a lot of crap in my mail. Right? Yeah, hi Zepmeister. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we got those chips there. Alright, we got stuff to do, right? We at least have the Giga Links to do here. Alright, we at least have that stuff. Alright, then we go to there. Gotta make sure they're covered, then over here. Okay. Except, ooh, I got a lot of plus pieces. Let's go. I like those. Yeah, 13 plus pieces now. Let's go. I got a bunch of these. Alright. Alright, we claim those. You hate rolling gear? Yup. Don't we all? Oh wow, that's like the same shit. That might be a little bit better. No, it's not. God damn it. I want more with more empty spaces. Not this shit. I have so many 1 blocks. And it gives us this one again. God damn it. Oh well. Yep. I mean, at least here you could actually rotate them and stuff. But also, you could just play Dredge instead. I'm pretty sure around that time, Epic Game Store was giving away Dredge for free or something. If you're talking about that one, you could actually just go play Dredge. I remember, I think Epic Game Store gave it for free, and I have it. Or I don't remember when they gave Dredge away for free, but I remember they gave Dredge away for free. But yeah. Alright, let's go claim the stuff there. There's all this other stuff. We're not gonna do it just yet. Neural Sim. What Neural Sim do we have right now? Oh yeah, that's the new boss. Right, and then there's this stuff there. Any other event stuff open? Oh yeah, we got a weekly thing there. We'll do that in a bit. Let me do some Gigalinks first. Alright, who's boosted? Oh wait, we have sticks. Alright, where's Nerida? Okay, on a more positive note, you finally got Gnarl +2, nice. You still gotta work on getting +3 though. But nice. Alright, let's see. I mean, all of those buffs are useless. So it didn't even matter which one I got. Alright, let's see what we got here. Don't need the other ones. The range on her is really far, man. That's quite the range. Oh nice, now my skill does more damage. Alright, let's keep going. God damn it. Their collision was blocking me. And dead. Easy. Alright, cool. I got 60%. Nice. I don't know what the hell the other narrative player was doing. They did like no damage. The hell? What were they doing? They did like no damage. Alright, now they start. They changed character, but like they still don't have a bonus. God damn. For sure.
会うのも悪くないね。私が認めるのはお前だけだ。まとめてきたか。構わん。いや、手間が省けて好都合。汚れを葬ってやる。闇を恐れる。怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎん。
Oh wait, wrong ability. God damn it. I just nerfed my damage.
なんだ、あっけない。まだ続くぞ。これで布石が揃う。
Yeah, that doesn't help me.
闇を恐れる。怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎん。なんだ、あっけない。まとめてきたか。構わん。いや、手間が省けて好都合か。
I'll just take those.
闇を恐れる。なんだ、あっけない。いや、怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎん。
And then now we go kill these guys.
あっけない。まとめてきたか。構わん。いや、手間が省けて好都合か。怒りはまだ続くぞ。預かってくれないか。
Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, none of these I can use. They don't matter.
闇を恐れる。怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎん。
Really now?
Yamiを恐れる。隙が多すぎた。
Maybe it's your stats, that's why, I don't know.
戦闘終了。手応えのある任務はないのか。
Okay. Oh, that one was done. I still need more Gigalinks, but I think I'd rather do it when it's like boosted. I see. I don't know one. Trailblazing target. Oh, I still need to capture 3 units. Okay, those have been captured. Alright, we got that dealt with. Oh, I'm not quite there yet. So close to getting the badge there. So close. So very close. Okay, what else can we do? I guess I might as well do more of the clear stages. Yeah, I did up to stage 30. There's more here. Right, I might as well do more of these. I gotta fill time for the quota anyways.
満を持して行ってきます。おとなしく捕まってください。キャッシャー着中。おとなしく捕まってください。終わり？甘い。ここからです。
Yeah, it's another nice.
All according to plan.
More free stuff, right? Free is free. Always good. Right? As they say, free is free. Who doesn't like free stuff? Right? Free is free. It's not real estate. If only. It's just free is free.
Nothing to be afraid of. Objective complete, all according to plan.
Encyclopedia. Ah, yes, the encyclopedia. Yes. My favorite type of encyclopedia, the encyclopedia. Perfect. Who doesn't like an encyclopedia? Yeah, always read it as a hard CH, but yeah. Fair enough. Nah, it's an encyclopedia, okay? They need to get scratched.
Nothing to be afraid of. Objective complete, all according to plan.
Wait. What else going on here? Oh shit! How did I not notice that? Okay, that's cool. I know what I'm doing on October 8th. How did I not notice that thing before? I'll pull it up later.
Not enough to change anything.
Kingmakers has an early access release date now. It's on October this year. On the 8th. If you know what that one is.
Objective complete,
Pog.
all according to plan.
ご褒美もっと弓を引いたからには分析員準備は整いました。戦車番宣終わり甘いここからです。
Nothing to be afraid of. Not enough to change anything.
Right, next one.
定め私を導いてくれるのはあなただけです。
Alright, let's keep going. Yeah, we got a couple more stages here. Alright, we gotta make sure we do these.
分析員準備は整いました。百射百中終わり甘いここからです。
Objective complete, all according to plan.
Right, and then we gotta do some more.
ご褒美もっと
Alright, next thing.
行ってきます。百射百中終わり甘いここからです。真相を突き止めます。
Reloading.
And cleared. Oh yeah, I still have to like upload my full video and
私を
stuff.
導いてくれるのは
How am I forgetting that? Oh, whatever. Alright, stage 39 now. Slowly getting through all the stuff here.
行ってきます。戦車番宣
Keep it tight.
そう犯人はあなたです。終わり甘いここからです。おとなしく捕まってください。百射百中おとなしく捕まってください。
Wait, the escort? How am I supposed to... Oh wait, it's just... Oh wait, no, it's escape, not escort. I don't know why I read that wrong.
定め導いてくれるのはあなただけです。
Okay. Next one. Stage 40. Alright, gotta get this one done.
弓を引いたからには分析員準備は整いました。百射百中真相を突き止めます。そう犯人は終わり 甘い、ここからです。
Bandage. Okay. That's another one cleared. We don't need anything else there. Oh, that's still not available. God damn it. That's still another day away. Okay, and then these ones are not available yet. Alright, that's still there. Wait. Oh, it's just alerting me about this story. Okay. Yeah, it's just the story alert. Can claim that. Let me claim that thing as well. Right, gotta claim everything here. Alright, that's good. Oh yeah, there's something I wanted to double check on. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, there were like other trailers that were released for the thing in Snowbreak. Let me give it a look, actually. There was a thing we didn't see. This one. Alright, let's see this one. Dream Flight Journal. What's this? Yep. Oh, it's a song. Okay. Is it just an animation of her moving her head? Or is there more? Okay, now we can now we see her poopa. Of course. Sure. Okay. The song might be a bit loud.
我不要再抗拒，破色的邀请，你像一束月光，牵引我内心的潮汐，就像一直这样陪伴在你身旁。也许终有一天再见到你，愿不负好时光，实现我的梦想。我知道我心里全都是你，我会让我全部都属于你。
Sure. I got that. Okay, we got that. Let me open back the game. Right, I think we met the quota though. Right, I'm pretty sure we met the quota. Right. We still gotta like slowly go through the stuff in there. And I wanna make sure I can save stuff for other days as well. Like, I need to finish Gigglings, but probably better if I do it later rather than all right now. Yeah, probably. I'll probably try to see if I can get like better gear for a game video, whatever. Probably. I do want to get more alignment index and stuff on her. But yeah. Just to make her even better at buffing. Oh yeah, that's right. I almost forgot. It was monthly reset, so I could have bought these. And then there's these as well. Because these reset.
分析員さんのチョイスに外れなしです。
Right, we got more of these as well. And I guess I can do some pulls here. Alright, I have a 10 pull here. Let's see what I get. Nothing. As expected, we got nothing. And we got nothing there. Okay. Right, we got nothing else here for now. So we'll move on to the next thing, I think. Yeah, we'll move on to the next thing. There are people talking in world chat. Okay, you got people talking politics and crap in world chat. Sure. And then Jack and Daxter, then Daxter, and then ESRB or whatever. Right, hi there. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Tara. Alright, let me pull up ToF so we can switch over now. I mean, it's Snowbreak. Right, and her chest is made out of gelatin, obviously. Obviously, her chest is made out of gelatin. Alright, let's be real. Oh, there's like a slight hotfix for ToF. Interesting. The launcher's just applying it right now. Sure. Alright, let me switch over. Let me boot up my ult as well. Okay. Alright, we gotta do the raid and stuff. The weekly raid and everything. Oh, we got cabbage thing! There's Final Guardian, 2 more red nucleus, some sticker boxes, personal card. No other cabbage thing? That's unfortunate. We still get the cabbage thing though. I don't know. Wait, cabbage? What? Why is it saying Kylo? Oh, whatever, we'll do that after. It's a downgrade since no walkie fish, G. Ah, yes, it's a downgrade because no walkie fish. There's no lettuce jing because they want you to fuck a cabbage. That's why. Oh yeah, all those outfits are being rerun. Another supply run, just like we want. Just what we wanted. More free stuff, right? Who doesn't like free stuff? Free is free after all. Right, free is free. Alright, we gotta enter bygone ones. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, we need to do all the other weeklies and get the thing. I want to get my new relic. Let me do dailies first. Oh shit, there's stuff in there. Some of the weekly missions are in here. Like Anka. There's the Eugene one and the other one. So that's nice. Oh wait, you still have my audio there for my ult. You don't want that feedback looping. Okay. Gonna be nice when we can play around with Aster. I have to do 3 join ops and stuff as well, right? I got join ops that need to be done. Alright, what do I need here? Armor guards, advanced combat mechas, rift drones, creatures of the network. Okay. What does my ult need? WL6 is exoskeleton, guys. Alright, let me do a join op first. Wait, rift drone. Wait, what else is here? Oh yeah, week 4. Gotta kill Scylla twice, Dimensional Trials, Raid twice, Void Abyss, catch any fish, Apex League once, And then there's consume vitality. Yes. People still do. Imagine. Imagine. Okay. Let's get in on this. Oh yeah, I should check the Joltville market in a bit as well. To see if I can sell things for more. Yep, it gets updated. I mean, at least there is a game, man. It could be worse. At least there is an actual game here, instead of a bunch of stuff pretending to be a game. At least there is something here. The only video of Eggman that needs to be there is him making an announcement about him pissing on the moon. That's the only good Eggman video. When is he gonna piss on the moon anyways? Right, then we go into the next thing. Sure, I'll do another one. What is the raid this week anyways? Oh, is that one? Good to know. Oh, I need to kill Rip Drones. Let me go kill some Rift Drones first. Good thing they're like right here. My ult needs the exoskeleton dudes. So I'm gonna warp him to where I can get some. What else we got here? Right, time for another join up. Do 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 do. Do do do. Oh wait, I got distracted. But yeah. Only video of Eggman worth looking at is his Twitter announcement where he pisses on the moon. Alright, let me get up here. You ruined the supply of rude cheese? Really now? Right, now we can loot this. And then we can go again right after. Wait, is it enough yet? No, not yet. Need to get to the next breakpoint. Which will be soon. And then I can get the relic. Oh, let me just go kill the thing I need on my ult first. I just need to get my ult to fly to the thingy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna warp the... Oh, I didn't claim that. No, I did. No, it's not. You're just listening to music from some playlist I have. The music right now you're listening to is from Trails in the Sky. No, this is Trails in the Sky music. And we're definitely gonna play the remake of Trails in the Sky later this year. When that comes out, though. But yeah. You should uninstall. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, have fun lurking. Gotta open chests and stuff. Can I get a new thing this week? A new mech skin. No, but I can get a new music CD. So that's nice. Let me open some of these. Oh, I got my core controls there for the week. But there's still the other stuff I need to get down here. Like, it's funny how we have, like, the new stuff here, but then, like... Even then... Despite all that... Still doing old dailies. Because I need all the other stuff here. It's just funny. All because I need data sources. Alright, we can get the new relic. Finally. Alright, and then I can go in here. Increases final damage while battle eye thing is deployed. It puts a cactus there. Okay. Neat. Let's do another join up. And then we'll try to get stuff for a raid. We'll try to get a group going. Alright, now he's gonna jump down. Alright, cool. That one's done. Alright, now we gotta do weekly raid and final trial. Right, gotta do weekly raid and final trial now. Wait, my ult got a new Mexican in the shop. I just need to make sure I don't have that one already. Because the thing can sell you stuff you already have. Okay, I don't buy it then. It's the same thing I already have. God damn it. It's selling my ult. A skin I already have.
Target eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Machine translated tweets in the app. They can't account for a lot of things. I don't know what the hell's going on with their publishing branch. Right. I don't know. Ooh, lucky strike. Yep, at least those are back. So something is happening. Okay. Raiden final trial time? Alright, here we go. Weekly. I meant to do 3 out of 8, but I put 4. Come on, people. Alright, we got 2 more slots. Okay. Let's do final trial first. Right, we do final trial first, and then we'll do the raid. God damn it! Stop using the fucking bubble! Seriously. People gotta stop using the fucking bubble route like that. It's not even ideal for damage. Hi, Crossfield. Welcome, welcome. The fuck? Why is it still alive there? Nice. Yeah, it's a lot of augments, man. At least you're done. This is an easy week of final trial. Hell, why am I lagging? The freaking ping just spiked up like really high for some reason. Place is almost dead. What the fuck knocked me over there? I got knocked up. There we go. Top damage from me. And then we'll do final trial. You got everything you need, even some of those extra slots for weak point, I say. Yeah, fair enough. I'm working on like extra sets of gear now that I have thing. Because yeah. Okay. I mean, you're still gonna keep getting the mats. You can work on it piece by piece slowly. Hi, Death by Snoo. Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's do raid. Alright, we're doing raid now. I have to manually select the raid then. There we go. Matrix hacking raid, ball raid. Since this is a mechanical raid thing, I just changed my setup. Right, he's in the middle now. Surely people understand what they gotta do. Wait, what the fuck? How do they have to aim the thing at the boss? God damn it. They fucking it up, man. Only one of them actually hit. Yeah, you can see the freaking edge player. And nobody wants to play healer, so I'm doing benediction on my own. They gotta stun the boss. You have to freaking go into the boss! My god, these guys... The freaking dude just kept running away. Because you have to freaking stun it. My god. Basically, you have to make sure the boss gets hit with the freaking shock thing. God damn it. You're supposed to run to the boss when you have the freaking electric thing on you. And make it get hit by the electricity. There we go. Yeah, of course I did all the work. There we go. At least it's cleared. At least the raid is cleared. You got a triple LE PC. Oh, a triple 3-element piece. No, it's not. The attack is better than the damage. Attack percent is better. Nice. Thanks, tanks and healers. I was the one who healed. It was just me healing. Bass was the one tanking. I was the one healing there. But yeah, there we go. At least it's cleared. That's what matters. At least we cleared it. Wait, there's only 97 people in my bracket? What the hell? Interesting. 0 points though. For the people at the very bottom here. Yeah, like, attack percent is better than damage percent on gear. Reason being, blame the supercomputing. Same time, also blame, what else is the other thing that you can blame? It's supercomputing and the other thing to blame. The cosmic system. That's why. You end up with too much damage percent. But still not enough attack bloat. It's because of that. Yes, really. It's because of that. Yep. Pretty much. Also, keep in mind, here's the thing. Here's the other thing to keep in mind. Damage percent on your gear is the same as the Lin thing. Lin synesthesia is also the same as damage percent on gear. It's also the same as cosmic system. So cosmic system will cap out at what? You get 5% in a content plus another 2.5%. So that's 7.5%. Right? On top of that, you get 20% from supercomputing. And then Lin gives you 3 plus 4%. It's not the same as matrices, no. Matrices are a different multiplier. Right? So you already have almost 35% when you max everything out. And this is before you have any damage percent stat on your gear. Keep that in mind. Same time, they increase at half the rate as attack percent on gear. So you would effectively need to have... Right? So your base is also... this. Right? That's your base. For attack percent to be equal, you effectively need to have double this at 269% attack minus 100. You need to have 169% attack first before damage percent on gear is equal. At 169% attack percent, any more attack percent from gear or any more damage percent in the game will be equal. Yes. Also, keep in mind, damage percent useless for altered. Anything that does fixed damage cannot benefit from damage percent as well. So, like, yeah, it's not very valuable. Basically, you don't bother with damage percent until your total attack percent is higher than a plus 169%. Right? So, like, here's the thing, right? If we talk about your attack percent sources, we have 12% from food buff, 3.5% from drug, 15% from residence, 20% from supercomputing. We're at 50.5%. We still need to get to 169, so we need 118.5% attack. Even if we divide this by 3, you would need basically 4 40% attack percent matrices to dilute the attack percent enough for damage percent to be worth considering. You would need to basically have 3 40% attack pieces from gear. From matrices, 3 of them. Which you're not gonna get. The highest you can get right now is 32%. Maybe in 6.0 we'll have enough attack percent for matrices So that, like, people with 4-piece 3-star sets would finally see a reason to get damage percent over attack percent. And that's assuming our own floor for damage percent doesn't get raised. Yeah, like, that's the math behind it. Damage percent is worse than attack percent. It's fucked, I know. But that's the math for you. Now you know. The math is, well, something. Wait, where was the thing I got sold out of again? I need to get 30 shards of that. Okay. Off to Asperia we go. Gotta make sure we do the things here. They're not spawning? Really? Well, at least they accumulate. So we can probably get them tomorrow or something. Okay, let's see. What else is here? There's cave corals. Wait, I want to get cave corals here. Get myself one of these. Grab myself 2 of these. Are cave corals here? Yes, they are. Because fuck going to inners. I'm not going to inners. For that. Yeah, I know. Where's the cave coral? Fuck, what does it look like? There it is. Alright, we got another one there. Do another roll. What do we got? Alright, we got that. That's Mia's kitchen. Kill world bosses. The thorn tomatoes need to be obtained. Do eggs give genes? Here, can I just grab any egg? Wait, that's still here? Wait. Wait, I can like actually steer this around? That's actually kind of neat. This is so slow though. How have I not noticed that this thing stayed here all this time? Look, it flies! It's super slow, but it flies. It's still neat either way. Oh yeah, it breaks down. Rip. That's still kind of cool that they had that there. I did not know that this entire time. But neat. Damn it, game alive. No tornadoes here. Game is too alive. It's too alive for tornadoes. Even over here. Game too alive, man. It's too alive. Even over there, it's too alive. They're like so out of the way and they're gone too. Game alive, guys. There are no bird eggs either. People grabbing all the bird eggs. Which is crazy. I mean, it defaulted me to channel 6. So, like, you know, the fact that it put me on channel 6, what does that mean by the other channels? There they go, now they respawn. Alright, let's just go kill some world bosses. Frostbot is up. I need to farm my dream machines anyways. The hell, my ult spawned in edge. Sure, devs listen, it gets butchered though. Don't do that like that, cause it gets crunched. Yes, the classic devs listened. I mean, devs indoctrinated. That's what I like to call it. Devs indoctrinated. Right, devs indoctrinated. That's the correct term. I think he just found a funny copy pasta. That's probably what happened. I'll just go kill another frostbot. Right, I need to farm my dream machine, so we'll do them there. Oh, no wonder. Fuck, I'm stuck like this. Is whoever thing had the boss trigger that thing there. So that's my first dream machine. Both of my accounts have a dream machine. We'll kill Lucia then. Would be nice if they put a timer on when I can use Divine Arrival, man. It is eternal, yep. Fucking hell. This stupid thing kept shooting at me. Really? Yeah, well, this one gives me support points and stuff too. So I do these. Alright, let's see here. I'm gonna grab those. And grab these. I'm grabbing whatever can actually increase my stats first. Right, what can definitely increase my stats? That's what I'm going after first. Alright, I'm going after whatever can increase my stats. But of course, support points are always welcome. Right? Why wouldn't they be welcome? Damn, this thing is almost maxed. I almost have that one maxed. Right, that one is almost maxed out. Right, off the frostbot then. I mean, the base attack is still good. But it's 300 flat attack and what? 2.6 what? I don't know the exact stats that you have that you're changing between. Was it just 2.6 attack? And then 300 flat attack. I mean, it wasn't even that high of a stat gear then, if that's what you're trading. You didn't even have like high stat rolls or whatever. Or like, yeah. Unless you're talking about that's the stat change. Where am I gonna see that? I can't exactly see the thing. Alright, let me kill the next world boss. Don't forget, the game is like a peg at updating the information there. Also, you can see what you're gonna get as a difference when you click on the transfer menu. Damn, nothing is giving me the thing there. I'm so close to getting that thing fully maxed out. Alright, let me go find another world boss. Oh good, this one's next. Another one killed. Right. Bring me to Robarg. Alright, let's get to Robarg. Right, that's another thing there. You know you can actually see what the stat changes are though when you click on the thing in the menu, right? To transfer the gear. That's technically the better thing to look at. Because then it'll show you what the actual attack percent and attack changes are after the Titan stat stuff. Keep that in mind. I mean, these are low percent stats. Right, these are like kinda low. Do you have like... Did you get an HP percent roll or something in one of them? Oh wait, no, you didn't do that. You had like 2 different attack percent rolls in there from 2 different elements. That's why the numbers are like that. That makes sense. Yeah, because if you had a 5-roll piece, it would look similar to what my ult has. Yeah, a 5-roll piece would look like this. You would have 4%. If it was a 5-roll piece. I think. Wait, no. This is a 4-roll plus a 1 attack percent roll. 1 attack roll. It would look like this if you had 4 rolls. That's a 4-roll piece. It would look like that. Right. If it was a 4-roll piece, it would look like this. You would have like a 4%. Yeah, this is fine. If you're playing physical or flame, this is fine. It's just useless if you're playing different element stuff. Yeah, the engine is good. It's not the most amazing thing out there, but it's good. It's still pretty good there for that type of thing. It's not perfect. If it was perfect, it'd be a 5 roll. And then you would have the damage percent in there just to have it there. Yeah, there you go. You're fine. Okay. Let me go to the next world boss. Alright, we'll just go to Robar again. Wait. Yeah, you can't spell flame without lame. Yep. Oh, if you're talking about this one's slightly better. Yeah, no, this is better. This is definitely a better piece. Than the other one. It's slightly better. Because funny math. It's a 3-liner. So you get even more bonus attack. If it was a 4-liner, it would be perfect. If it was 4-liner, it's almost perfect. The only thing that could make it even better is if you had damage percent in the last slot. Then it would have been perfect. Like, that's generally what you kind of want when you're rolling gear to look like. Because you still get the other smaller stats raised too. And they still also add up to what you need. Because you have 3 stats on there, and you have higher valued stats being increased there, that's what you want to be using. So yeah. Alright, what are we getting here? Yeah, it is. It's almost perfect. If the last stat was the damage percent without any rolls into it, it would have been perfect. That's kind of what you're looking for, ideally. Because you can get 4-liners for that. Oh, I need to get sorrels and the other thing there. We're just gonna keep tracing after dream machines first. Okay. Let's see the thing there. Oh, there's a chest. Okay, what else are we going after now? there's another Barbarossa up. Or actually, we go after Sobek. Yeah, because Sobek can drop vehicle parts. I see. But yeah, it's like now it's just slowly working on making hyper-specific gear sets for every element. Remember when people used to go crazy over farming it because of an old event? Remember those days? Yes, I remember when it would take that long to kill Hera. Alright, let's warp to the next one. Yep. Nothing like feeling old. Okay, almost done with that one. Who's almost alive? Lucy is alive. So we're going to Lucy again. But yeah, I just kill Asperia World bosses for a thing. And I get to farm support points at the same time. So that's good. Alright, let's go look for another world boss. Really wish they would, you know, give me the thing I'm looking for though. Give me my dream machines. I still need my dream machines. Right, I want to get all my dream machines done. Full subkek is dead. Right, there goes subkek. Well, the Falcon is completely knocked out of the list of things to vehicle upgrade now. But I got so many other vehicles I still need to upgrade. Alright, lots of stuff there. You know, never enough vehicle parts, man. You can never have enough. Never enough vehicle parts. Never enough. And it's kind of dumb how only Asperia and Vera world bosses drop them when you force to cipher them. Like, they couldn't put it on the other ones too. Why only Asperia and Vera world bosses, man? Right, it's refusing to give me the dream machines that I'm looking for. Oh no, my alt now has 2 dream machines here. But my main still only has the 1. Okay. Still nope. Alright, there's my second dream machine. Let's go to Apophis. Right. Got my second dream machine there. Just need 3 dream machines. Yes. Because they were testing the dual element on global first. And Zeke dual element is kind of weird. It's not quite the same thing as you'd think. It's a bit weird how it works. Because Zeke still has Grievous on global. If you didn't notice. You know why he still has Grievous? Because of Ganano. Who, for some reason, really needs Grievous to function. Yeah, sure, Ganano can instantly apply Grievous like it's nothing. The problem is you can't have Grievous with the other stuff. They honestly should just let people have Grievous again. They should honestly, let Grievous stack with Force Impact and Armor Dissolve. It's not like it's gonna it's not gonna ruin things anyways. Yep. And then from then on, they kept doing more of those. Force Impact, Armor Dissolve doesn't work with Grievous. And Ganano needed Grievous for part of her kit. But then they're like, nah, you don't get to have it. Honestly, they should just let it so Grievous works. Just make it so Grievous works with them. It's like those units have been long dead anyways. It's like a slight buff to like a Bailing, Ganano, Zeke, all the old Fizz units. And it's not like they're gonna replace anything else anyways. But it'd be nice to have. And then especially for like group content, honestly. Gives Ganano some extra use. You should honestly also like give like a toggle for Ganano to work as a tank. Because Ganano's kit is like super suited to like being a tank support thing too. And just make it so Grievous can still apply. Boom, Ganano gets extra value. You should do that, honestly. And then make it like, make it so you can toggle between DPS resonance and Fortitude resonance for Ganano. It'd be perfect. Yep. I mean, it can't be that hard to just give an option to toggle Fortitude Resonance on Ganano, and then just changing it so Grievous can stack with everything else. Right, it can't be that hard. God damn it, that shit's so annoying, man. Not being able, like, when it says 0 seconds left, because it's a few milliseconds off, and then it's just like, nah. Damn it, it's still refusing to give me that dream machine. I just want my last dream machine to spawn. I can't even get any more support points. Yeah, I told you, it's like a big gain there. It's definitely a lot better than what you had before. For that slot. These don't give the new ones? Damn. I don't get Kylo things in them. I still have 0 Kylo shards. Okay, cool. I get big increases to crit rate. Nice. From, those clicks. But yeah, it does suck. I only get, what, 1 click per week, I think? In a month, I guess I'll get that to level 70. And then I have to slowly work on getting those up. Right, because raid gives how much again? Yeah, only 15 of them. Alright, let's just go kill Snowbreak again. I'm still farming these, man. I gotta get my dream machines. I wonder, does that thing like actually work? No, it doesn't really seem to be working to taunt. That's unfortunate. I was hoping it would do something regarding that. But yeah, slowly that'll get to level 9 and then thing. Right, then next week I can get the last level of this pass. Almost done with the pass already again. But we still need to get the last dream machine. I'm getting some really bad RNG with the dream machines, man. RNG has been pretty terrible for them. Oh, they already killed the thing here. Right, another force decipher. And it still refuses to spawn the dream machine. Because of course it does. Alright, you have a good night then. You have a good night. But yeah, game is too alive. People are going around like crazy, just killing bosses, man. And it still refuses to spawn the dream machine. Because of course it does. Alright, next one, I'll just go kill Barbarossa. Give me the goddamn dream machine, man. We've been teleporting around like crazy. Trying to get the dream machines. I already finished all the weekly activity thing as well. At least I'm getting a bunch of vehicle parts, but still. Back to Robarg again. Right, we gotta go back to Robarg. Yeah, I was sent even more videos to react to. There's so much crap. The list just keeps growing, man. It just keeps growing. And I still can't get my last dream machine to spawn. It's still refusing to spawn my last dream machine. It still keeps refusing, man. How many world bosses have I killed today? Like 30 of them? It's still not giving me my dream machine? You know, I'll just go kill Rudolph. Come on. Let's see what it does. Oh, nothing. God damn it. I thought it would do something. And as usual, still no dream machine. It just keeps refusing to give me that last dream machine. I just want my last dream machine already, so I can move on to the next thing. And it still refuses to give me my last dream machine. Yep, of course, it's already dead. As soon as it spawns in, it's already dead. Because of course it is. Right now I just keep waiting. We just wait again. Oh, gosh, they actually forgot to do the thing. Yeah, we're gonna be stuck here for a while trying to get that last dream machine. I need that last dream machine, man. It's taking forever to spawn. Imagine doing it normally, just actually doing rotation on it. It's just whatever. And guess what? It still refuses to spawn it. Alright, Robarg is next. It's still refusing, man. Only silver lining from this is I'm getting a bunch of mats for the thing. I'm getting a bunch of vehicle parts. But it's still not giving me what I need, that dream machine. Alright, we can go here and then load it again. And it's still not giving me my dream machine. Alright, we're going to Frostbot again. If only it would just give me my goddamn dream machine. Then I could stop. I just want my dream machine. And it's still not spawning it. Because of course it's not. Well, my alt got its last dream machine, but I still need them on my main. Put that there. Alright, let's see. Let's go to another one. Surely now it'll give me what I need. Come on. I want my last dream machine. Surely now it'll give me my last dream machine. Nope, it still refuses. My alt has 3 dream machines I can do though. Let me go to Apophis. Come on, give me my dream machine. Finally! Okay, now I'm gonna do my dream machines. Alright, I finally have my dream machines. Oh, it's just this thing. Wait, no, it's this thing. There we go. Cactus isn't reflecting your attack gains. Yeah, I don't know. Did you do your thing beforehand and then after? It's a slight increase, but it should be an increase when you swap the thing over. But it could also just be variance, because it's a very small increase. Oh, that you would get from just changing that one piece off. Did you make sure all the other stuff was the same though? Because that could also be a thing too. Weird. It should be a little bit higher though. But yeah, that is weird. Oh yeah, make sure you have all the same buffs. And was your old thing before with other stuff as well? Like drugs? Or Mia buff? Food buff or whatever? Make sure all of that is accounted for as well. Because those also add up. Damn, this dream machine sucks. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, Mia buff is also additive to that damage percent on gear as well. I almost forgot to consider that part too. Mia is also additive to that. But yes, Mia buff as well. You gotta make sure everything is accounted for. You should be doing slightly more damage. Yeah, crystal dust is nice now. Alright. Got my dream machines done there. Unfortunately, they weren't the greatest this week. But it is what it is. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm buying these modules. I definitely don't need them. But I'm stockpiling so many of them. At this point. I'm gonna go get some sorrels on my main. I'm gonna do all the other stuff now. Alright, gotta make sure I get everything else done now. Yeah, and my alt got a dream machine where I got the upgrade parts for gear, but like it doesn't need that shit anymore because of the catch-up thing. It's like cool. Too bad I don't need them anymore. Well, I'm getting sorrel jeans. And my alt has an AFK thing to do. Told ya! You see, you got a much better piece of gear and you got a big gain. You just realized now. You are doing the same you did before without the buff, and now with the buffs, you're doing even more. Told ya. It says Kylo's in there, but it's not giving me any Kylo. God damn it. Now are you happy that you changed your gear? But yeah, like that's the thing, right? Damage percent stats are a waste. You see how like little they contribute, but then getting more attack percent, you get nice big gains. Just by changing that one piece. Oh wait, you need to have all of them to submit. Yeah, you don't read because you don't do math, yeah. But then because you did, you got big gains. Because you did, you got big gains. Alright, we get rid of that one. Well, now you know. Game is just weird, man. Sometimes it's just very unintuitive on what's ideal. A lot of people wouldn't think, oh, I want more attack actually. But here, we want more attack. Right? It might sound better to have more damage, but actually we want attack instead. God damn it, that's garbage. Honestly, I should just focus on other pieces that I need to get better pieces of. Yeah, like this is my exoskeleton. I'm probably not gonna replace this anytime soon or ever. It looks like this. Yeah. That's my frost exoskeleton. My fizz and flame one is similar to that. It's like this. Which again, probably never gonna replace that one. I need better reactors still though. Because it's like only one stat on it. It's because Titan stats, man. When you realize like everything increases from Titan, you want every increase you can get. This is also why, like, at some point you want to just make special gear. Fully specialized gear. So you can abuse how the game works. Right, like, that's why at some point you want to just start making specialized gear. Honestly, this is probably better than what I'm using. %, then I would get... Yeah, I would lose 3% attack, but then I would gain... Yeah. So much more base attack. But yeah, like, eventually you want to just start, like, min-maxing for, like, individual elements. Slowly. Like, this thing is, again, something I'm gonna have to slowly work on replacing. Right, like, eventually you just want to min-max replace everything you can. Wait, what the hell did I do? I think I just accidentally switched to something else. But yeah, like getting every bit of optimization you can get for more stats. Yeah, but like with this one, it's like I lose 3% attack for a fuck ton of I get 1,000 base attack. I definitely want this thing for my frost one. Yeah, you got a nice big upgrade. Right. I need to get Discharge 3. Okay, done. Sweet! I got this thing perfect now. I got a new perfect reactor to use. For that set. My frost got a nice improvement here. I lost 3% yeah, I lost 3% attack, but then I gained another 1,000 plus base attack. Wait, more than 1,000. 1,400 base attack. I traded 3% attack for 1,400 base attack. Right. 86527 or 96206 versus before 94576. Right, that's like a 2% damage increase. 2-3% damage increase right there from that change. Right, an increase is an increase. And there's still all this other stuff to grab here. Right. Okay, almost get the red nucleus there. Almost there with that stuff. Oh, well, my alt needs the erasing thing. I might just do a different thing for that instead, maybe. Whatever. I need to spend credits as well. What are the other things on my guide? Collect credits. I wonder if just selling accounts. Yep, it does count. Nice. Let's see. I got 27 there. 22 in, okay. Wait, I gotta decide who am I gonna simulacra upgrade next. Right, because, there's still a bunch here. For even more attack. If I got, like, every character that I don't have here upgraded, I would have more than 1,000 attack. Oh, that I would get, right? From these. If I'm not mistaken. Like, I'm just looking to make sure. I'm pretty sure it would have like at least another 1,000 attack. Base attack from that. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, so how many things am I missing? So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. And then if I had the other one as well, that'd be 16. So I'm missing 1360 base attack. But reality is 12 times. It's actually 1020. Because I'm just gonna remove the stuff I won't pull. That I'm not pulling for. That's still a lot of basic attack. That I'm still not basic attack, a base attack. That I'm still missing out on. So stuff can be even higher. And then when I go to this one, it says I have that much base attack. And this is without drugs. Yeah, you happy? You really happy with those gains? A very big gains. Oh yeah, time to check Joltville Market. Yeah, so you're doing 20G now, right? You said you were doing the other thing before, now you're doing like 20G. Surely you're doing like 20G now. I should do a damage test to see how much damage I do now as well. After the changes I did. But yeah, like it makes sense on why now I want to make like hyper specific sets for each of the dual elements. Nothing there this week. Hey FabX. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Alright, the difference a little bit of min-maxing makes. It's a small difference, but it's still there. I see. Good morning to you then. If you just woke up. Yeah, there was a slight hot fix. A very small one, but a hot fix nonetheless. Okay, I did get a new reactor. Right, so I do want to damage test this out. We did get a new reactor. Let's go get the thing first. Let me get some toothpaste first. I want to get some toothpaste. Oh yeah, I could buy those. Or I can buy some of these. I'll leave them there for now. Oh wait, wrong way. Hi Jose. Welcome, welcome. When's my ult gonna have enough vitality? I'll just open it later. Okay. Put one of those in. Put one of these up. And then one of these. And now I have that much attack. Cool. I swear, I thought I would have more. 121k attack. Yeah, you're doing more damage now. Of course you're gonna shave off more time. You are doing more damage. Right, you're optimizing your gear just a little bit. Right. Just a little bit of optimization, you know? We have testing the new relic too. So I should have a little bit of gains from the new relic as well. Yeah, you're missing out on some big gains. Yep, I already beat my old parse. $25.54G. Nice. 25.54 over 23G. Though part of it again was I changed one of my relics a little bit. I am using the new relic now, but right, we do have Battle Eye now. Which is another slight increase. But again, an increase is an increase. Yeah, well now you know. Now you know just how good that piece is. Right, now you know. Now you know just how good that piece is. Why does it try to keep telling me that these pieces are better? Nah, this just has like fake inflated CS because of the stats they put on these things. They're good, don't get me wrong, but like they're not better than this. Right, like this piece alone, it's like wait. Compare it. Where's the frost one? It's like, yeah, cool. I have those stats too. But I also get plus 5%, 5.16% frost attack on top. It's trying to tell me now I should use this one. You forgot they gave these away? But then I have this one. Yeah. You have, this is why, like, Titan stats, when you want 3 and 4 liners for these pieces from Titan. Because you get this. You can get shit that looks like this. Or you can get shit that looks like that. This is why, like, you want to slowly move away from universal gear to element specific. I just keep them in. I'm keeping them for collection reasons. I'm keeping them for the collection. I'm keeping them just as a reminder. Of the what they gave. Right, I'm keeping them as reminders. But yeah. And just like now how here I have like no use for these shards in these boxes. If only I could give them away. If only I could give away these shard boxes. My excess shards. If only I could give them to my ult. So I can give it a maxed out buff dealer. Right? If I could give away some of my relic boxes here, I'd give them to my ult just so I can give it a maxed out buff dealer. Because I just end up with excess of these shard things. Oh yeah, I should take my 100 dark crystal there. Right, even more dark crystals for me. But yeah. That's why eventually you want to just make hyper-specific stuff. Yeah, I want to give him to my ult, just so my ult can get the thing. You already have a max, so it don't matter. Right, I have everything maxed, so I don't need them. If only I could give them away. If only. Alright, you know what? Let's go do multiverse hunt this week. We'll do Yano as the first victim. I'm pretty sure I can ignore swapping to Yano though. I'm pretty sure. Alright, I don't think I need to do anything for Yano. Oh wait, I just used the skill once. Once per minute. Oh, fucking hell. Let the fuck it go? Alright, 6 billion. Cool. I'll probably get the top piano spot. Yeah, I don't know, man. Neither of them were working. I don't think any of them were even working. Are any of them even working? Right? They actually went down in revenue with their anniversary patch. It drives them away. Sounds about right. I mean, that's their problem, not mine. Right, that's their own problem. Okay. I think I'm gonna do some Volt stuff this week. Alright, what do I pick? I'm pretty sure I already have Rays, right? I do. And I know I have Ventorias. I have Plotties. Right, I have that one. I guess I do Meryl. We'll do Meryl. I should retest my Volt to see how much I can do as Volt now. I should. Meryl is so pathetic to use in practice. Like, the thing is, the Meryl stuff is only better than Antoria on Cactus. In real combat, it's worse. Meryl is so bad. I'll just keep that there. No, it's not even that. It's just the hit range on the stuff on Meryl is really bad. And like, it wants you to like really hit something completely stationary. Same time, if you can't get the blade to extend, on Meryl, you do less damage. Because for some reason, you notice how the blade opens up, right? On Meryl? When it's opened up, your skill damage is increased by a lot. The problem is, to get it to open up, you need to constantly be attacking without any delay between the stuff to keep it extended. The thing is, if you're chasing stuff down and doing anything else, it's just going to fold back up and you lose a lot of damage. And that's why it's like, it's really only for Cactus. You have so many things that, like, in practice just screw her over. That's the problem with Meryl. Yeah, you need to hit the stacks, and if stuff happens, rip your stacks. That's kind of the problem with Meryl. Yeah, Meryl just sucks. Alright, what am I gonna use in my other one today? Or this week? You know what, sure, I'll put you on here. This'll be funny. Where's the animal matrices? Alright, this way we actually do kill ourselves, but... honestly, this will probably do better than Meryl. It'll probably do a little bit better. This one. This will probably do better. And it's gonna be kinda sad. Oh wait, no, it's not doing better. No, of course not. It's slightly worse. Why would I main DPS with Tion? That's stupid. That's stupid. Dude, it would have been funny to see. Ah, yes. Nothing like lowering my HP. Okay. What do we do now? Let's do... We'll do Kikabilia. I gotta put Yanua matrices on again. Yeah, you know you still 20 seconds in rotation. Yep, sounds about right. Hey, I got number 1 Yanua. Obviously my Volt sucks, but whatever. Hey, number 1 Tion! Nobody's doing Tion! Nobody doing Tion, guys. Nobody. Nobody's doing Tion. How about Grabelia? Nobody. Nobody gonna do Rebellia, probably. We're picking on the Digivolt now. Okay. Honestly, I should just ignored using Rebellia. Whatever. I could have gotten more damage if I just ignored Rubelia's entire existence. I could have probably hit 3 billion. But it doesn't matter. What's done is done. Right, we got our multiverse hunt done for the week. Oh wait, no, someone actually did do Rebelia. Nobody's doing Tion though. And I have the best Yanuo, which is just a level 0 Yanuo that I just swapped in so I could get the shred. The Yanuo situation is just really funny and sad. But it's like their own fault for making Yanuo super scuffed to use in practice. Oh damn. A1 is nice for like using stealth, I guess. But not like anything I wouldn't care for. Okay. But yeah, I got some big gains from the things. And I did my multiverse hunt. Which is nice. And that's stuff we can do slowly. Right. We can do that stuff slowly, get those things done. Eventually. How many resources do I have for pulls now? Oh damn. And then I have 128 there. I'll just round that up to 194. Plus 128. Plus 58. Okay, cool. I have like enough resources right now that I could pull A64 piece Aster probably. Just cuz. Alright, what was the thing here? Let me buy this stuff over there. Oh, they're doing the test server recruitment now, I think? For the next one, I think? At least for the JPU side. Yeah, they posted the announcement there. Aster recruitment is up now. Obviously I don't need to pay attention to it. You gonna skip Aster? I see. Fair enough. You'll pull on anniversary, fair enough. Yeah, that way you can even use your Aster Balls there. The Flame Healer takes priority. Okay. We're probably gonna get another Alter DPS unit this batch. Because, like, if we get Benediction and thing, no shot we don't get that. For the next Alter, it is just gonna be, DPS Resonance again. That's what I'm guessing. Though I wonder if they're gonna do another, like, Synesthesia at one point. Let's see for, like, Fiona or something. Okay, let me get my alt logged in. Again. I think I do one more join up, and then we do reacts. But yeah, I'm liking the gains I got from the thing I changed as well. The bug fix stuff, cool. The free dark crystals, nice. More free dark crystals. Free is free. Yeah, because then I'm gonna have to do 5-dimensional trials. Yeah, then I have to kill Scylla twice. Alright. Alright, I have to, like, make sure I have, like, no vitality when I do dimensional trials, so I don't waste it. I don't like doing this join up, but, like, yeah. Gotta make sure I don't waste it. Right. Let me go kill the things here. Oh, they do get annoyed by the thingy. They do attack it. Cool. They actually do interact with it. Okay. Alright, now I'm gonna do dimension trials. Alright, I'm just gonna do 5-dimensional trials. Just so I can get the credit for the thing. And then we can do reacts. Actually, you know what? Let's do some reacts while this goes on. Let me put on ToF Mini. So we can put the thing there. Oh, not that ToF Mini. Other ToF Mini. Oh, no wonder why it's tiny. There we go. I was just like looking up something real quick on Yanowo because I forgot where her shred was. You can close that.
As a Genshin Impact player with an
Oh yeah, I saw this thing. Oh boy, I actually got a response. I didn't click on. I saw this on my recommendations, and I'm like, damn, bro, quitting Genshin to then play a Chroma skin of Genshin. Alright. I saw that. I posted that comment. I didn't see his video yet. Here, but let's go give it a look. I was like, damn, bro, quitting Genshin to then play a Chroma skin of Genshin. They don't realize. They're not aware. I'm like, damn. Imagine quitting Genshin to go play a Chroma skin of Genshin. Okay.
Been playing the game since Arlecchino's first banner. I am officially going to document my retirement from the game to play Wuthering Waves. Now don't get me wrong, I've been playing Wuthering Waves for a while now, and I haven't been playing Genshin Impact as much the past couple of months, but I just can't ignore the egregious issues anymore that this game has, and I finally ripped off the band-aid and deleted Genshin Impact from my computer and my PS5. I'm not going to disclose how much money I spent on the game, but let's just say I spent a lot more than the average player would. Definitely way more than I should have. So trust me when I say this is not a hate video. I loved Genshin Impact just as much as anyone else. If you can remember your first time playing Genshin Impact, it is the most magical experience out of any video game you could ever play. And that might sound silly if you've never played, but if you know, you know. I'll never forget hearing the loading screen soundtrack for the first time. So now I want to get into the main reasons why I quit Genshin Impact. One of my main issues, if not the #1 issue I have with Genshin Impact, is the fact that it seems like the developers are pretty much non-existent in the game. It seems like if there's not a blockbuster character coming out, every single patch is just stalling time until that really hyped character finally gets released. For example, it really felt like Natlin was just an advertisement for Mawika until she came out. She got glazed super hard in the story to the point where it didn't even make any sense, and it seemed like they were really just forcing her onto us for no reason. In my opinion, Furina was the best Archon to ever be released in Genshin Impact, and I don't remember her ever being as shielded close to as much as Mawika. Mawika is like that one girl who had super rich parents growing up, and she's so full of herself that unironically,
oh, there's a new NTE video.
On top of that, her design doesn't even fit Genshin Impact. She just looks like an OnlyFans model who's never worked a day in her life. But I'm getting off topic. In my opinion, the most notable quality of life gameplay feature that Genshin added in their 5.0 patches was the sanctifying elixir, making it to where you can craft your own artifact. It's cool that you can choose 2 substats for your artifact, but it doesn't make any sense that you can only use it once per patch cycle. For me, this was the start of me breaking my daily login streak. Once I saw that you could only use it once per patch, I just stopped getting on the game. Because how are you going to give us a feature we've been asking for so long and then put some weird restriction on it? What makes this situation even more odd is that their other Hoyoverse game, Zenless Zone Zero, has a better version of this. In Zenless Zone Zero, you can make custom artifacts whenever you want, as long as you have the materials. How is it that Zenless and Genshin are under the same Hoyoverse umbrella, but Zenless has a better version of the same exact feature you have in your game? So yeah, I could bring up the fact that Wuthering Waves also has a custom artifact system, but the fact that a game...
It's just a preset, it's not a custom system. And that preset is protected. Because you're not gonna use it.
Under your same company,
why would you even use it
than you do, and it's very similar.
When every character wants hyper-specific shit?
Let me talk to you, yes you, watching this video right now. Genshin is literally never gonna improve their game because the game has already made multi-billions, not millions, billions. You want to know why? Zenless has unlimited resin overflow, custom artifacts whenever you want, faster dailies, unlimited weekly boss challenges, and consistent updates to gameplay. It's
why even have them at all?
Zone Zero is struggling in Hoyoverse standards. If you wanted the short answer as to why Genshin Impact will never improve, it's because the game made too much money. That's it. You think Genshin and Nintendo devs are just chilling in Cancun right now, kicking back, they're having a cold drink, and just laughing about how they can put out a lackluster product and still get billions of dollars in return? You can't tell me a good reason why there's not unlimited stamina yet in a game that's been out for 5 years. You can't tell me one good reason as to why there's not artifact loadouts. You can't tell me one good reason as to why the weapon banner isn't at least a 75-25. While both of your other Hoyoverse games have a 75-25 on their weapon banner. Speaking of Mawika, she is one of the main examples of my issues with the most recent Genshin Impact characters. Not only is she an industry plant, she's a blatant example of power creep. The one thing that I really praised Genshin for over the years was the fact that they didn't power creep their game compared to other gachas. Fontaine was a little bit of a slippery slope with Neuvillette and Furina, but it wasn't as bad until we got to Mawika. This character literally shattered the damage ceiling of the game. And you might be saying, well DG, it doesn't matter if she's the strongest character in the game. She's an Archon. Let me tell you why a character that does literal tiers worth of damage more than the second strongest character is a problem. Let's say Mawika does 2.5 million damage per rotation. The enemies in the Spiral Abyss have to be adjusted to that damage per rotation accordingly. And then to finally create some variety, other characters have to be released at that echelon of power or greater. So even beside her personality, she's super toxic for the game because eventually a character is gonna have to burn through her damage ceiling as well. And that character could be Skirk, but hopefully not. Right now, I think is the first time in Genshin history, the top 10 characters are majority Natlin units. And with some of the latest abysses heavily favoring characters that have the Night Soul Blessing state that Natlin units offer, it feels really scummy from Hoyoverse. And speaking of regional gimmicks, don't think that the next couple of
I
regions
mean,
will have the
that's
exact
just what they do, right? 101, create a problem and sell you the solution.
same thing. Maybe not anything like Night Soul, but they'll definitely have a mechanic that forces you to pull for the new character in order to feel better about clearing the abyss. Or even worse, a mechanic that makes it feel better
just
to
don't
explore
clear it.
within
It's
that
not
certain
worth
region,
it.
but not anywhere else on the map for some reason. If they want to make us feel bad for not wanting to pull new characters or not balance their game, they could at least give us more pulls per patch to compensate for them being incompetent. Don't even get me started on how the events have been terrible for the 5.0 patches. Guys, just look at this.
Oh yeah, no voices.
All valid points. All valid points. All valid points.
And then, okay,
I'm
one
really gonna
person
over-edit this,
dies.
but this is not even funny. A live
That
service
is
game that
hilarious.
makes billions of dollars making events like this is literally an insult to our time. When your content in the game is you have Malwika and you can put a blindfold on and clear the abyss with your hands tied behind your back, or when you don't have her, the abyss feels awful to play. The story
Then
being
don't play
an
it.
actual snooze fest, and the side quest not even being voice acted. But don't worry, we're gonna get to the story later. And exploration in Natlin feeling awful if you don't pull for a Natlin unit. Your content patch to patch is just events. And in 2025, the game came out in 2021.
That's the reality. That's all your content has been. Imagine. Yeah, that's exactly what their content has always been. And a Chroma skin clone of it is the same shit. It's the same crap always. It's just doing whatever Pepega trash event they keep rerunning. It's always been that way.
By the way, we're still recycling events. At one point, I just stopped getting on to do events because they're that boring. I'm confused. Is there nobody creative in that dev studio? And if not, I'm right here. If Hoyoverse is watching this, you guys can hire me. I can fix your game literally within 1 month. So about the story in Genshin Impact, Fontaine was actually amazing and one of my favorite stories of all time in any medium. On the contrary, Natlin was worse than some children's books I've read. My friends had to force me to watch the rest of the Natlin Archon quest after 5.2 because I literally stopped doing it in my actual game because it was that boring. And by the way, is Capitano just never gonna come out at this point? I had been waiting for Capitano's drip marketing all throughout Natlin and it just never came out. So is he just dead at this point or what's happening with him? I remember the first time doing the 5.1 Archon quest, I think, and Kanich just wasn't talking. At first, I thought it had to be a problem on my end because there's no way a billion-dollar company would let something like this slip through the cracks for their main story quest. But lo and behold, then it was Kachina, then it was Shalonin, then it was somebody else, then it was somebody else. Until eventually, half of the goddamn characters weren't talking. Actually, DG, it's because the English VAs were on strike. I don't care. If a company is making that much money, I want to hear my character.
Since the year started, I gave up on it in fucking Sumeru, man. As soon as I did that Sumeru Archon quest, I was like, fuck this shit. I only even did the Archon quest for Fontaine because you guys were going crazy over the freaking getting me to do it when I did my subathon, when I attempted to do one. But yeah. It is what it is, man. But when he basically described as the reality though, there's never actually anything you actually want to do in them. Right, and then he's too busy focused on doing chores. But then you realize that you don't want to do anything else, and you're not going after anything else. And it's just to do that, then what's the point if they keep forcing you to log in? Balacho installed? I got a better idea. Desktop Survivors. I almost 100% completed Desktop Survivors already. That shit is way too addicting, man. I almost have 100% completion in Desktop Survivors. Almost 100% completion. I'm at like 90% completion right now on it. I'm almost done. I've been playing a bit more of it off stream. I'm playing a bit more, I mean a lot more.
Characters being voiced in my video game. That right there was one of the main things that for sure showed me that they don't care about this game. I'm okay if your no-name characters and side quests aren't voiced, but it is so immersion breaking to be in a main story quest.
Yeah, I didn't
and
even
not
bother,
hear
man. Like, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. Even if you gave me 1,000 pulls, so I could immediately get them to C6 or whatever, I still wouldn't bother because I don't like what comes next after I pull a character. The next thing you have to do after you pull the character is awful, just to make them usable. The freaking leveling up and character upgrading process is a fuck no. No thanks, I don't want to do that shit. Right? And Wuba had the same problem for me too. It was like a big fuck no. But yeah, hi Flagger. Welcome,
most
welcome.
important characters in the story not speaking and his mouth is moving. If you didn't play the Natlan Archon quest and want it summed up in 3 points, I'm gonna save you a lot of time. The quote-unquote war was basically just a party most of the time. Mawika was glazed harder than LeBron James, and Hoyoverse hates Capitano and his fan base. And regardless of what I've been saying in this video, you might have thought that I didn't pull Mawika. I actually did, but this game is so inconvenient to play and building characters feels so much like a chore that I just got off because I didn't.
Yep, I mean, he's not wrong. It is very inconvenient. It's not even artifact farming. It's the fucking character leveling up process that's awful too. And Wuba has the exact same problem. Actually, here's the thing. As much as you might hate artifact farming, at least it's mathematically not as awful as trying to like get multiple stat lines on freaking echoes in Wuwa. It's you're mathematically more probable to min-max a Genshin artifact than you are to get anything you target specifically with all the stat lines on a Wuwa echo. You're statistically more likely. And you know how awful that is. They're both really awful either way. But they force you to keep going down that slope there to farm you for more engagement and playtime because they don't have any content to do. They have nothing there, so they have to artificially inflate it. Like, they just have to keep artificially inflating it there. Honestly though, like, I want to like statistically calculate how long it takes to do a lot of things. No, actually, I think this would be funny, right? Because I actually kind of got an idea for a script on a video on the waifu over meta, and I also want to consider the time it takes to build up a character. But I need to figure out what metric are we gonna use for time spent farming character upgrade materials and the gear for them, and as well as their weapon upgrade materials, on top of factoring the cost. I'm trying to figure that part out, on how we factor all that in, just to make it even worse. Where it's like, hey, if you actually do not like them and you're pulling them for power, you're wasting your fucking time. Because the whole idea is like to measure the time factor as well for all the other parts involved. And then compare it to that part. And then add it on to like actually clearing the content too. And then put it on a scale versus the reward output. Yeah, like, he's gonna eventually realize the same bullshit's in WUWA too. I hate all of the aspects in there. Right? It's like why, like, I was immediately burnt out of WUWA when I tried the CBT. Like a year and a half ago, or like 2 years ago or whatever, whenever it happened. I was like already immediately burnt out of the game. Because it was already everything, like it had every single problem that I quit Genshin over. And then the more I dug deeper into it to understand how they changed some of the stuff, the more I realized, wait, this is far worse. It looks better on the surface, but deep down it's worse. Oh wow, you can move a bit faster, but like, The Woo flight thing is just a glorified glide where you can hold the right click a little bit to ascend a bit further. But like there's no like actual like flying controls, no flying physics or anything to make it interesting. There's nothing in the air for you to like do anything with. So flying is just a boring fast travel thing. Right? And again, it's like, oh, it's only locked into like that Rinasita area or whatever. PSN will get it? Oh, they will. I'm pretty sure they will. They're getting the DLC too. It's with the DLC, isn't it? I'm pretty sure PlayStation players will get it. Yeah. No, they're gonna get it. They advertise it for PS5. They should get it. I'm pretty sure they should get it. Because, like, even PlayStation's featuring it. So they should get it. They're getting the Nikkei DLC after all. Right, so yeah. Hopefully they do get all the costumes. I'm pretty sure they will. I mean, it's listed here, right? AI overview, new costumes. Yeah, right here, new costumes. Hairstyles and song, so they should get it. Yeah, but like, yeah, they're gonna get the DLC for maximum confusion. Hey, why not, though? It's same developer. They got same developer, why not? Yeah. The base game 74 plus Christmas plus summer outfits plus Nier plus Nikkei outfit plus almost 120. That's a lot. Yeah. They're gonna have a Cyberpunk collab. That's what they announced. But you're probably gonna have to wait like a year and a half or 2 years for it. They announced it, but you won't see it for like another year. Yeah, that's a lot of outfits for that type of game. I wouldn't call it an action platform though. It's not a platformer game. Stellar Blade is not a platformer game. It is not a platformer game. It's an action game, but I wouldn't call it a platformer. Especially when it doesn't have momentum physics and stuff like that. It's missing a lot of things that you would expect if you play a bunch of platformer games. So like, it's not fair to call it an action platformer when there are actually action platformers that do have that stuff and the platformer physics and interactions as well. Those games do exist. It's an action game, but I wouldn't call it a platform. But that's a lot of outfits still. 120 plus outfits, that's great. Right, that's in what? We played in... that's like a week and a few days. Soon. Soon we'll get to play it. Soon. For the PC version. But yeah, it should be on here, right? The DLC information, I think. Oh wait, no, that's the deluxe thing. Here we go. Yeah, the DLC is here. Oh wait, the Nikkei one isn't here yet, though. That's the Nier Automata one. But yeah.
Target eliminated.
Soon we'll get to play it. It probably comes out the same day, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they release it same day. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Let me check the Steam store page.
Awaiting command.
Alright, yeah, June 11th, 8 days. Let's see. Special edition will have all the things here. Complete edition and the other stuff. Pre-purchase available. Outfit will be redeemed and that stuff there. Pre-purchase offer is that. But yeah. Bonus content. Twin expansion, wait. So if you get complete edition, wait, why? This doesn't make any sense. Is it this one? That's the complete edition that gets this one? Or that one? I'm confused. I assume I would need this thing to get the Nikkei DLC or whatever. Yeah, there's some confusion here. We'll see. It's in like 8 more days. But yeah, we'll play it. Man, does Canadian pricing suck ass. Canada's shit country. It's so bad, the pricing here. A lot of games I usually end up buying on Steam, I end up just buying off of a key site just so I can pay a lower price by buying it from a different country. I do that all the time. Because Canadian pricing is garbage. And this is without tax. This is not $100 Canadian. This is not $100. This is $113. This is actually $113, not $100. Because this doesn't include tax. That's $113. Alright, this is basically $100, like $95. Because taxes. They suck. But yeah, we didn't finish this video. We were like watching this one.
Didn't feel like it. The day I pulled her, her talent domain wasn't even open. Now before I say goodbye to Genshin Impact for good, I want to give you 3 main reasons why Wuthering Waves is better. Number 1, gameplay. The only thing Genshin Impact at this point has going for it is that their elemental system is better than Wuthering Waves. Besides that, Wuthering Waves has dodge.
I mean, it's just a press 2. They all have dodges. And then you just spam your normal attack and press 2 buttons.
Parries, intro skills, outro skills, and a lot more ways to interact with their gameplay system rather than just mixing.
Okay, if there's a lot more ways, why doesn't he talk about it? Because he listed them all already.
Together. Number 2.
Ah yes, quality of life.
If you want to know why I said Genshin Impact feels inconvenient to play Wuthering Waves for 30 minutes.
No, I played it when it came out. It was also extremely inconvenient for the same reasons. You might have made some parts of it they might have made some parts less inconvenient. But it was extremely inconvenient. Right? Someone told me like 2 years ago I was too casual for Genshin. I do agree with that statement, but not for the same reasons. And if I find that inconvenient, it has that, but that's it. Here's the thing. You ever notice that the wall running turns everything into a straight line? It turns everything into a straight line. So it don't matter. There's like nothing interesting to do in there. You like it because it lets you skip over the shit you don't like faster. But if you're too focused on skipping over everything, what's the point? That's part of why I found it boring. No stamina? Oh, until you aggro something and then you have to consume all your stamina. Oh boy. Yeah, no stamina until you aggro something. And then you have to use your stamina. And what if you just don't want to fight anything and run the fuck away? Unless I get paid, the answer is no. I won't even bother. 2.0 was still a shit show, man. It was still the same garbage as 1.0 with their half-baked flight added on. Unless I get paid, I ain't touching it. I'd have to be paid to touch it again. Yeah, I don't get brain rot by the freaking Vega shit in there. Because there's so many things in there that just annoy me. And I realize my time is being farmed. So I won't bother.
and then try to log back on to Genshin Impact. Number 3, devs listen. As much of a meme as this might seem,
Devs listen
this is
now.
the most important.
They freaking put band-aids to problems they created. They're unaware that they're being farmed. If they truly listened, they probably wouldn't have copied all of the issues in the first place and reshuffled them. But also with the amount of, my tendency to calculate all sorts of things when I can see things or figure out probability of things. When I actually go and do research into things deep down, I realize, oh wait, it's fucked. Devs listen now, they indoctrinate. They think they listened. It's devs indoctrinated. Devs indoctrinated, not listened.
Important thing for a live service gacha game to have. The launch for this game was pretty horrible. The voice actors sounded like they just showed up to work after a 3-day bender.
They still did.
The game was constantly crashing. And the actual
they still sounded like that when I played 2.0. The only difference is they started faking accents. But they still sounded like that.
The story itself was horrendous, but the devs immediately communicated and gave compensation for their mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes.
That's up to
but the difference
Tencent, man.
between the Genshin devs and the Wuwa devs is that Wuthering Waves developers take care of issues immediately.
No,
If
they
you tell the
don't.
Genshin devs that you have a problem with their story, they'll give you a boring event with none of their major characters voice acted in English, and a Chronicled Wish banner with higher pity that runs once every 2 years with your favorite character on it. With the most recent 2.4 update in Wuthering Waves, the devs aren't slowing down with this fire content anytime soon. So if you like
Yes, the fire content where they just copied a bunch of crap from Genshin that nobody cares for. Gotta love Gacha Enjoyer, man. This video was peak. Remember this one?
And another one. And another one.
Gotta love Gacha Enjoyer.
And another one. And another one. And another one. And another one.
Yeah, fire content
And
times
another
0
one.
is still 0.
And another one.
Exactly.
Wuthering Waves 2.4 livestream reveals a bunch of copied designs, a classic Kuro Games move. And what's better is that I don't even need to find it by myself, since the Wuthering Waves community just straight up admitted their copies. You can't even defend it anymore. This brings us to another realization. Comparisons
still
are
have
only
ToF
made when
open.
things are similar, and doesn't make sense when things are too different. Perhaps this is where comparing waves come from, since the entire game is a copy anyway.
Yep.
Which means that the act of comparing itself is subconsciously admitting that Wuthering Waves is copying. We have their actus reus, their guilty act, but to be convicted of an act so that the Kudogs will not come up with 1,000 excuses, we also need their mens rea, their guilty intent. Now, remember this survey? The one where Kuro asks about our favorite character and which game they are from. They are basically asking the players what characters they should copy next. So now, we even have proof of—
You know what would be funny? If I was to answer that, what if I answered a character that was technically not from a gacha, but had some weird Pepega gacha that was licensed to like Tap or whatever made, that like nobody wants to talk about just because I like a character design? Imagine I was to do that. If I was to fill that in and just bring up some no-name shit that was some licensed IP that nobody gives a fuck about, that I don't play either. But like, that'd be funny. Asuka because featured in ToF, that'd be funny. Like, no, like, I could fucking say something like Tio Plato or something, because she was shoved into some Tap Trails licensed game that's a piece of crap that nobody should play when they could just go play the actual games. The actual Trails games. Nobody should ever play that freaking licensed crap when you can play the real fucking thing. And it'd be like, yeah, sure, what if I want that character or something? Right?
of their mens rea. Their guilty intent is clear here. They knew exactly what they were doing by conducting this survey. Kuro Games is too lazy to even copy on their own, that they are asking
they have a
the
new
players what they
NTE
should
thing.
copy. Interesting. If you're wondering what they copied, just ask Google. Well, look what we have here. Even Google agrees. Straight black hair with red eyes, black sailor top with white flaps and red ribbon. A one-to-one copy. It's a PGR character, you say? Well then, let's toss that in too.
Sakon
Wow,
carried.
a 2-time copier, as if once was not
Sakon
enough.
why? Sakon
At least the
these
PGR one
nuts.
has different colored flap. Same color scheme, same pose too.
Ah yes,
Even traced out the hair as
Sakon.
well, not even hiding it at this point. Same hairstyle, same pose, same weapon, tank top with exposed belly. Even their events are copied. What are they even doing in the office? Everything from character design to gameplay is all copied, and anyone can do that in a day. Stay tuned for future comparisons, as Wuthering Waves is guaranteed to copy more. Leave your comments below.
But yeah. Yeah, funny shit like that. Very innovative. Much innovation, man. You can't even steer like the flight mat in the WoW thing either. But yeah, no Nola is a copy of Movika. That's true, they copied with the time machine. Time machine overpowered, man. They copied with time machine. Time travel. I mean, to be honest, I don't really care about copies. Like, here's the thing, right? My actual stance on copying shit is like this. If you really like something, wouldn't you like to have more? Right? And that's my stance on it. Wouldn't you like to have more? So, like, I actually don't mind copying shit or whatever. Because the reality is, well, if you really like something, maybe you would think you'd like more. I mean, obviously I would like to have some changes and stuff, but yeah. Yeah, you just have the exact same thing, true. That's fair. But like, yeah, obviously if I don't like one thing, I probably wouldn't like a chroma skin of the same thing. What are you talking about then? Alright, you have a good night, Death by Snoo Snoo. What are you talking about then, moon cakiness? What are you talking about? You have copyright laws, but in China, I mean, they do exist in China, just not the... just nobody gives a fuck. Like, I don't get what he means, man. How am I a hypocrite? You like their summoning system, sure. Let's take these, sell these. Oh, I should have been doing that for the past couple of weeks. Goddamn. I have more ores than a thing. You like their summoning system? What do you mean summoning system? It's literally just Genshin's with a 10% discount. Like, yeah, no thanks. I'm good. If you're gonna copy their entire pricing, it's just 10% off. It's literally if you just took whatever Genshin did and put 10% off. Your pet skills on the Echo shit? The Echo shit is awful, man. I like the concept, but the execution is absolutely terrible. You end up just using whatever gives you, like, whatever, like, big passive buff. And don't even bother using the freaking thing on them. You don't even really get much choice. It's the illusion of choice. Because you're just gonna use whatever's stronger anyways. And the fact that your equipment too means that you have to make sure the one that you're picking matches whatever equipment you're using. So, like, it kind of defeats the point there. What do you mean I made an exemption for my belief? Why? I'm confused. Yeah, I said I don't like it. You don't have the time? I mean, here's the reality, man. It ain't worth it anyways. It's not like they have content anyways. They haven't had content ever, and it's not changing. Let me get rid of the mini player. Where did I put that source? I have way too many sources in OBS. Where is it? Oh, here. You get 5 hours of playtime, yeah. And you'd probably want to spend your 5 hours of playtime playing something you actually want, and not doing chores. Like, here's the thing: all the time you end up spending in there is just doing chores. Like, that's the reality, right? You go log in to do what? What do you do when you log in? Are you actually playing the game, or you're stuck doing chores? You do like whatever NGS, yeah, 4F for Throne of Liberty, and then work week, yeah, fair enough, right? But it's like, do you want to spend, let's say, 20-30 minutes every day farming the same trash mobs in a stupid circle of the timer? Or like, you just pulled the character that probably cost you $400 to guarantee one copy because that's the price of the gotcha pulls, to then be told, okay, now you gotta go pick like 60 of these specific types of mint, and then you gotta go make sure you farm this boss like to get materials like 50 times over the course of like 2 weeks if you didn't pre-farm ahead of time so that you can upgrade them. But oh wait, you don't have enough shell credits, make sure you go do this thing to get that thing. Oh wait, you don't have this other material too that you need, make sure you go do that. And then you realize you just spent, let's say, over a couple of days or weeks, you basically lost 20-30 hours of your time, so that you can then use that character in like 5 minutes of content, if there is that, if you even have that. It's like, fuck, no thanks. Like, that time spent, if you just reshuffle your schedule around, that's like 20-30 hours that you could have spent doing anything else. I might as well learn to play chess, yeah. What do you mean they copy it? I'm confused, man. I'm confused. What game then? I'm sorry, what game copying Lua then? I'm really confused, man. I'm really confused. Yeah, I don't want another Lua. I wouldn't want to play another one. But like that, yeah. I don't play Genshin! I haven't played Genshin since fucking Sumeru! I fucking quit the day I played the Sumeru Archon quest because of how much I really hated where shit was going and how awful that quest was. Like, bro, what? I don't play Genshin. I haven't played it in years. I look at the fucking Archon quest like 2 times after I quit because you guys kept bugging me to look at it. And that's it. I logged in on the cloud version to check, and then it didn't warn me, and then I logged off. I checked to make sure my account was okay with the age thing. But then because it knows that I live in Canada, I guess it ignored it. I don't know. It didn't give me a warning. I did log on to the cloud one. I wouldn't even install it, right? I do have a Boosteroid cloud subscription that I use sometimes for other things. So I just logged into it from there. Because I ain't downloading that shit. Right? Like, I logged in, it was like 2 minutes to check. Yeah, like, that's the thing, right? If I'm only looking at, like, watching Cinema E storylines, and that's the only thing I'm looking at, I'm not there for anything else, I'd rather just go watch a movie, watch a TV show, watch some anime or whatever, or read a book. I would rather do any of those things instead. If that's what I was there for, I would rather do that stuff instead. That's me personally. I mean, I guess it's just that the problem with that is, like, I don't trust them on executing it properly. Like, the thing is, like, I don't trust them on executing it. Like, that's the thing. Like, as cool as having the open world is, I do not trust them on actually putting value in it. I've seen how they've handled making Genshin into an open world, and how empty, shallow, and hollow that is. You see the same thing with WoW's open world, where there's literally nothing in there, but they force you to go pick mint or whatever. Or they put these random-ass one-time loot chests because they have to force you to do something in there, they bribe you, rather than you're doing it because you want to. Like, they don't actually have anything in there, they just stall you out. It is literally just there as a marketing checkbox. I mean, I don't like Genshin. I don't like a chroma skin of Genshin with what it's become. So I definitely don't like that. As for the devs, all I see is the WoW's devs are incompetent. They have 1,500 employees and that's all they can put out? Like, they make the thing looks... They're too focused on graphics, they forget they're still supposed to be making a game. The game itself is missing, it's absent. So instead they force different things on there to inorganically farm you for quote-unquote playtime by making everything take significantly longer. But again, a lot of the problems in WoW were created by them. They created the issues too. So they're also to blame. So, like, yeah, I wouldn't trust them with anything. If that's how they handle things, why would I trust them? But yeah. Oh yeah, there was a NTE trailer or whatever. Yeah, there's a reason, not all of them, but there's a reason why I don't touch most of them. There's a reason why I don't touch most of them. And heck, one of the three that I even play, like, the biggest reason why is because they give me a bunch of shit. I'm actually just compensated for one of them. If I wasn't, I wouldn't bother. Yeah, the thing with chess, yeah, you would have the benefit of not having the stigma of being a gamer. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Alright, containment test, what is this? Visual upgrade showcase. Yep. Oh yes, model improvement. Yeah, that's why, here's the thing, right? They have to do enough to make me willing to tolerate them. I've said it before. I've already said that. Right? But they have to make me willing to tolerate whatever they're doing in there. And with, like, let's say with Snowbreak's case, they literally give me everything for free. They straight up send me shit. They straight up send me shit for, like, in person. Well, not like actual IRL shit. But yeah. For example, it's like most of the reason why I still bother. I basically just get easy shit I can pull off, show off or whatever. They actually compensate, yeah. Yeah, like the thing is with ToF, at least the stuff in ToF is very cheap. The other part too is at least it has a lot of things that are interesting that I actually do like to mess around with from time to time. I get you guys around here. It's the only one of these that actually has good multiplayer that doesn't feel like it's actually ruining my experience actively by interacting in multiplayer. I mean, sure, it's just that, I guess to some extent, again, I'm being compensated in other ways. I did get paid for 2 sponsored stuff before in the past as well. That's a different thing. But then also, I do get compensated other ways. Everything else is just like 10 times more expensive, yeah. 10 times or more. But the thing is also with like ToF, they don't fall into the same pitfalls as a lot of the other ones fall into. Most of the things I even go after in ToF is just cosmetics. But yeah. Cheaper than the other ones. Your max one, yeah, A6 at 200. Yeah, like, that's the thing, right? You know, you want to do that in Genshin, that's $2,000. You do that Genshin Wuwa, that's like $2,000 each. With Wuwa, if you're gonna count for max weapon with them, that becomes 2,500. That's why I said it's 10 times cheaper. Like, the other thing too is like what you end up doing in ToF. There's like a lot of random ass activities. It's more of like it becomes more of a thing of you choose what you want to go after. So if you want to go after chasing upgrading cosmetics and stuff, you can. Right? The fact that you're not forced to do stuff every day. Like, technically speaking, I already finished everything I need to do in ToF for the week. I technically don't have to log in anymore this week. I technically don't. I did all my weeklies. Right? I got all this stuff there. Right? The way they have things structured, it changes things a lot. So, like, yeah. They have dailies, but they don't matter. The ToF dailies don't matter. You know why? Your premium currency isn't in dailies. They put all your premium's currency in weeklies. Endgame content doesn't even give you premium currency. Like, here's the thing, right? If, like, the closest thing ToF has to, like, Genshin's Abyss, Tower Adversity, or whatever, is a 4-player co-op mode where they make it so that the season lasts, like, a patch in a couple of days. The difficulty goes down the longer you wait to clear it, and there's 0 premium currency reward. All the endgame in ToF gives you no premium currency. It's just gear materials. It's literally just a bunch of gear upgrade materials. They don't put any premium currency there. They just give you more on your weeklies instead. I mean, it's cosmic, but it's still a lot cheaper, yeah. The cosmetics are better, yeah. It's still a lot of money, yeah, of course it is. It's just that it's definitely a lot better than what else is going on. Yeah, the Roslyn Police Secretary outfit, if you like it, yeah. It's a nice outfit. Right? But the other thing, too, is the problem with ToF, why it fails with the FOMO. What do you mean it doesn't sound like they really want you to? You play it for a different reason, man. ToF is a funny way of, like, they have so many ways to just counteract FOMO. Where it's like, it's just really funny. It's like really anti-FOMO in some of the most unusual ways. It's just weird. But also, here's the thing, right? The reason why ToF feels like that, because a lot of the stuff in there is similar to how some MMOs are. Because it is just a cut-down MMO. Yeah, the freaking ToF doesn't really have much. You're like, oh, you skip a character, you know they're going to be back in like 4 banners. Because everything is always in a set order. You know when everything is coming. And they always rerun the things after a set point. So you're never... Yeah. I mean, there's no reason to play. You play for the actual content itself. You don't play because they force you to. That's the difference. You're not forced to. That's the difference. Oh, you go pull a unit. You can go play with them immediately. There's a difference, but the difference is you're not forced to. And yeah, like a lot of your stuff is again, like multiverse hunt. You know what your reward from this is? It just gives you currency so you can go buy equipment stuff. Equipment materials. To go upgrade your equipment or cosmetics. Oh yeah. Wait, let me... Wait, I forgot I hid the game again. Let me bring it back. Where is that? Right, so like here's the endgame stuff. Here, Evolution Frontier. Guess what? Your rewards here, no premium currency. This is just all equipment materials if you need them. You play it because you want to. This shit. This is the thing where you just farm a bunch of buffs and kill a boss at the end. And technically stage 5 has not stage 5, stage 6 has 200 dark crystals, but again, it's like a monthly mode, and again, it's just all buffs. your shit don't matter. This thing, weekly raid, oh boy. Oh, what's this? It's all equipment materials. This is all equipment stuff. You're only doing this for equipment stuff. Okay, event raid. Oh, I wonder what's in here. Oh yeah, it's only equipment stuff. Right? You're doing, like, it's, like, oh yeah, original, final trial, I mean. Weekly reward, again, it's just equipment stuff. And if you want to go on the leaderboard, there's no reward here. Other than flexing on the leaderboard, but nobody does it. Original War. Again, 0 premium currency, it's just equipment stuff. It's just more equipment materials. You can technically ignore all this shit. If you don't want to. Like a Bygone, what's your reward for clearing all of Bygone? I mean, you just get stuff sent to you every week. I don't even have to touch it. I don't even touch this mode. Until they release a new floor. Because they just mail us the resources every week. Everyone gets the same shit. There's like a lot of equipment materials. Everyone gets this shit. The people at the top just get slightly more, but it don't matter. Because everyone has all of these things, more than enough of these anyways. It's really just to flex. It's purely just for flexing. Right? Like, that's purely for flexing. PvP, you have fixed preset stats. You do this mode because you feel like doing it. Right? Like, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. You do it, all the shit you do in there is by choice. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. You're literally missing nothing. Outside of getting better gear. Because that's all you get from this, better equipment. Right? Like, what? Like, dailies, sure, you do this only because you want to collect stuff, nothing else. There's 0 premium currency in here. I'm doing it for side stuff, because I'm trying to farm some other cosmetics. That's why I'm even doing them in the network map. I'm not even doing them in the new area. I'm doing it in the network map because I'm not finished unlocking all the stuff there. Right, again, like this thing. This shit doesn't reset, they just add more stages. If you can't clear it, come back later. It's the same with Bygone, this shit don't reset. Instead, they just add more. Every patch, they just add a new stage. Just for you to test damage. Yeah, the only FOMO is to get better gear. Because no matter what, if you're like the strongest player in the game, like rank with like the highest stats, doing like 35, almost 40 billion parses, you're still gonna be doing the same thing as some guy who made a new account. You'll still be getting the same amount of premium currency income as a fresh new player. You're getting the same amount of shit either way. You're not getting more. The only difference is your gear progression is gonna be a bit faster. A little bit faster, kinda. Until they get caught up, and then it's whatever. Because at the end of the day, like, eventually you do finish everything. There is an end. That's why I'm working on making more gear sets now for different elements. Because at this point, like, I already hit the end. I might as well make a new set. Basically, your incentive is to play the game because you want to play what you want, not because you're forced to. Your incentive is either bragging rights or because you want to do it. You're not forced to do it. But yeah, like that's the thing, right? Your incentive is you do it because you want to, not because you need to. Yeah, because they don't force you to do shit every day. They basically broke every fucking thing that gachas do. Because they did what, you know what they do? You know, here's the thing, right? You know this type of stuff going on? This is basically how MMOs that were not Korean, non-Asian MMOs. If you look at Western MMOs that used to be a pay-to-play game, and how they would have you set up your activities, it's basically that. But they put it in a free-to-play game. Which is why it's like this. It is like the most casual. Like, here's the thing. If you want to play it as like an open world game, whatever, gacha game, whatever, it is the most casual friendly game you can play. Because it's basically structured as if you took an old classic Western MMO monetization model, but made it free to play, removed the class system, and then it made it so like all the abilities are tied to weapons that you gacha for the weapons. So you basically have no FOMO, and you're playing it because you're playing it. Right? You play it by choice, not because you have to. And because of that, like, here's the thing, even the exploration, man. They're like, fine, you don't want to do the stuff in the old areas? Fine, we'll just let the game explore for you. There's a system where the game will auto-explore for you now. But only for older maps. They'll actually do everything. You can send your characters to just go to randomly find any of the exploration things for you. They'll go find things for you. Oh wait, here's the... Yeah, almost everything, right? They won't find there's a few things that they won't find. But yeah. Yeah, just the scenic points. The web swing, yeah. Oh, the new character coming is gonna be interesting when we get it soon. Cause that one has like the Attack on Titan shit. You like the next character because they have like the Attack on Titan shit. Like actually. Let me pull it up. We'll probably get to play it on stream in like 2 weeks or something. Where is it? Where's Aster's thing? Here. Where is it here? It's in the chapter here. Here, look at this. Unique movement. You can run around like that. Just because, you know? Just because. I mean, like, it doesn't... Like, here's the thing, right? It's not like it even matters that much because, again... Like, here's the other thing, though, right? You don't have to, though. But you want to. Yeah, like, new account can easily just get all the pulls, man. New account can easily get it. Like, here's the thing, right? You have a mech now. So, like, for people, for, like, the few Papega people that are like, oh no, they're selling freaking exploration shit. It's like, bro, you could already AFK explore the older maps. And the only place you can't do it, you have a fucking mech. That moves way faster anyways. It's just a fun toy. At this point. You're not even supposed to use it in space. Yeah, you have to like glitch it to let you use it in space. Right? Like, you're in a fucking mech in space because, well, you need something to do, like, the thing. But yeah, like, occasionally you'll find shit in space. You'll get attacked by aliens and crap. Of course, you're gonna need a way to fight them off, so you have a mech. But, like, they use the mech as a way to reset power, basically, because then they can control how strong you are with the mech. Because the mech has its own stats. It's like a great way to to adjust power. Yeah, I'll see you around then. Lee is better than Plotter, yes. Yeah, I know, it's not the greatest. Yeah, fair enough. I know. Sometimes the mic just peaks a bit too much. I've been slowly trying to adjust things, but I'm still trying to figure things out. Yeah, Void Piercer got censored, VPN. VPN is censored. I meant Void Piercer. Someone said cabbage scam. Hopefully the cabbage event thing will get fixed. Almost. It's just that, it just breaks. It's because the freaking thing is so borked. Oh, cool, I dropped ore. Too bad I'm capped on the ore I can sell. Okay. But yeah, let's go back to looking at the NTE video. This is like the character model thing. Lighting and rendering overhaul, yeah. Very nice. Alright, the beta should be soon. Yeah. Just rip if you're using an AMD card. Rip if you're on AMD because you're not going to be using the ray tracing features. Right, you're not going to be using them. Yeah, then don't suffer from firehose syndrome. Yeah. But again, rip if you're on AMD because you won't be able to use this. Okay. Alright then, let's go through our reacts. We got a bunch of stuff here. There's gotcha VA servants barking at their masters. Oh boy. This is a Grey J video, I'm pretty sure. We open it in Grey J.
I am sick of all you guys ganging up on me. You guys all think you're so much better than me.
Oh,
Okay.
Meg, that is the least fancy thing I have ever heard.
Oh boy. Okay, let me get the Survivors game open.
Genshin Impact's most hated character, allegedly in an intimate relationship with this toilet,
Okay.
hypocrite, pathological liar, and the person who may have single-handedly done massive irreparable damage to the public opinion of the SAG-AFTRA labor union in record timing. Seriously,
Nice.
what is wrong with this woman? This 35-year-old woman who thought that they could get by on a few hours of voice recordings every 6 weeks as they live off of food stamps and their parents' payroll has recently declared that she is no longer performing the role of Paimon's English voice
Yep.
actor until Hoyoverse becomes a unionized company. Quite frankly, I don't care about Karina herself, and
Yep.
today's video is actually not about her specifically, though she made for a great intro. Her behavior, however, makes for a great springboard for what I want to talk about. How the English voice acting industry have pushed this false narrative that they have significant pull in the gacha industry.
Yep.
An industry primarily based in Asian countries that have had plenty of gacha games that were successful long before English voice acting was a factor in these games, and to this day is still not fully integrated into every new release. Before I begin, I must preface that I am not calling out all English voice actors, or at least I'm not trying to with malicious intent. However, there are aspects of English VA culture, both big and small, that have ultimately contributed to the situation we are in today. I apologize if I end up offending any well-meaning VAs collaterally, but this topic can't really be
Wait, what's the name of
discussed
the fish?
without all the pieces in play. So with that out of the way, let's get
I don't
into
know what
it.
I need for the fish collab.
English
no
voice
pad.
acting in the gacha space was not a widely adopted thing up to and including early 2020. Most gacha games only ever included Chinese, Japanese, and occasionally Korean voice acting. There were a few games that would include English voices like Fire Emblem Heroes, Epic
Yep.
7, and
Hi,
some
Demon
Dragon Ball Z
Jaw.
games
Demon
based
Jaw.
on my
Welcome,
research,
welcome.
but nothing else substantial in this matter. No doubt because gacha games that whole time would only ever see massive financial success in the Eastern market, and would never be profitable in the Western counterpart. That all changed in September 2020 when Genshin Impact entered the scene, the massive global phenomenon it became, as well as Hoyoverse's decision to include English voice acting right from the very start, signaled to all other competitors in the space that the Western market was now
Yeah,
wide
it is
open
a
and ready to
mess.
welcome a genre of video games that they were almost
It's
entirely
okay,
closed
though.
out of. Many who have never been given the opportunity before
It's okay.
or were incredibly limited in their options were finally seeing chances open up to them in the freelance world thanks to this widespread adoption of English voices. However, this has not come without its drawbacks from both the
Yep.
management of the acting by the companies themselves and the behaviors of some individuals who were given this newfound popularity and voice in the space. The first issue we see with English dubbing is that
The
there is a
reality
very
is-
obvious consistency issue with the quality of English voice direction, pronunciations, and line delivery.
Like, the thing is, though, here's the thing, right? The reality is, unless you have a role like Paimon, you do not want the projects you're working on where it says temporary work to be unionized. Because, again, you're stuck with dealing with the union, paying union dues, and all the other shit. And if you're doing it, like, part-time, or, like, on the side and stuff like that, you do not want it to be union if you're only doing gig work, which is what the reality of, like, most of the work for gacha characters are. Because with a lot of these games, right, the reality is the only time they have voice acting is, like, for most characters, is when the character is being featured and when they're going to, like, for the times they're going to be featured. And the reality is, for a majority of these games, it's really like 1 or 2 patch cycles, and that's it. So they actually have very little work, and it's for a very short period of time. So the pay itself is going to be low, and if they had to pay to join the union to work on the project, the reality is the pay that they get probably would mostly go all the way into paying the union, rather than being able to use the money that they earned to go pay for their own shit. And that's just the reality. It's not good if it's going to be like a short-term one-off thing, which is the reality for most of the characters or most of the roles in these types of things. It's generally a one-off, and maybe they'll reappear a couple months down the road or whatever in some of these games. But, like, their role isn't constant. They're not constantly reprising the role, constantly doing work. Right, and that's why it's not great if they were to, like, join a union. But they're acting like they should. which has its own set of problems. If it was like a one-time thing where like if it wasn't a live service game, and like it was just a one-time purchase, the game is done, like you do all the work for the game, you have the whole project, and then all the stuff gets done, that's fine. But because it's a live service game and this is the type of stuff that happens, you definitely wouldn't want it to be unionized, because the only people that benefit from it being unionized are the people playing the main character roles that have constant work that's always guaranteed. That's why, like, that's part of, like, why it, like, also deep down, you would have a conflict of interest in the Paimon's voice actor wanting that type of thing. Because the reality is, you know how many freaking lines Paimon would have. She has, like, an insane amount. But the thing is, if you're just playing, like, a one-off character that was in there that has, like, maybe 20 lines, and then that's it, and maybe they'll come back, like, 3-4 months later to do, like, 5 lines, like, you don't want to be in a union for that. You're actually gonna get screwed. It's actually detrimental, because, again, it's not constant work. If it was, like, a constant work for, like, if it was a temp job where, like, you're not coming back, and you're doing everything at once, and you have a lot to do, sure. And, like, here's the thing. Here's where it's gonna backfire even worse, because here's the thing now. They've basically antagonized the voice actors have basically antagonized themselves against their customer. Because the customer is not only the companies that are hiring them, but also the consumers of the products that they're being for, right? Because the reality is, what is the product that they're selling? Their voice. And if the customer is pissed, they're gonna want something different. And the reality is, the more they keep doing this, the more and more they're gonna make it so people don't care if AI takes away their job, if they get replaced by AI and stuff like that, because they're hurting and ruining all of their goodwill. People are more likely to just rather just have AI instead. Eventually, when the AI voicing gets good enough, they're just all gonna get replaced by AI, like, all over the place. And the reality is, the end consumer isn't really going to care. If anything, they might actually be happier because of it, because they won't have to deal with weird inconsistencies in things like let's say you have a piece of dialogue that's voiced, and then like 3 more lines of dialogue that's unvoiced, and then goes back to voice and unvoiced and all this mess. That won't be there anymore, because then everything can get voiced. And potentially even more languages and stuff can get supported, with more voices for other languages as well. Like, that's just gonna be the reality. Like, the other thing too, right? AI is its own slippery slope, but like, think about it this way. I guess we can, like, let me just alt-tab and then we'll look it up. Like, abstract art, right? Like, this is where it can get really, really funny and really fucked. So, like, let's say, like, abstract art, give me, like, I don't know, like, any art pieces, but, like, from, like, whatever art from, like, an artist. Let's just say famous. Most famous abstract art, okay? Like, here's the thing, right? And here's the problem, and, like, here's what you end up realizing with, AI art. You look at, let's go pick something that's a bit more ridiculous. Let's say this. You see this picture here. The Piet Mondrian. Right? Most people, like, they're not gonna understand or care about something like this. But then, like, if I use, let's say we go on, ChatGPT. Let's go generate some AI thing. Okay, let's say, draw me art of, I don't know. Let's say, a vast, hilly landscape with a cabin on top during a sunset. Right? Let's see what it cooks up. Right? I don't know. Let's see what it cooks up here. I'm not good at prompting. I'm just using this as an example. And the other thing too. Because like the reality is, at some point you have to accept the AI stuff and adapt to it rather than keep antagonizing it. Because the reality is, even if you're making the product, the people you're trying to sell to, they don't care. They just want to have the product that they want. Right? That we'll have to let that cook for a while. And then I'll get back to that point. Because like that's the thing with like AI stuff, it's like no matter what happens at the end of the day, it will come. You can say whatever you want, you can like it or dislike it. But unfortunately the reality is what you need to do is adapt to it. You have to just adapt to it. Especially if you're like selling this, like you're selling a product or whatever. Because what matters more is what the customer wants. Right? If they don't like your product, they won't buy it.
If players are compelled to experience the story outside of their native language, it signals to Eastern companies that the English dub is not even widely accepted within the country it was adjusted for, and therefore shouldn't have more resources invested into improving it, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy where the EN acting does not improve so it becomes less popular, and that lack of popularity ensures nothing is done to improve it. This issue is not exclusive to gacha games, as English dubbing has always had wild degrees of quality in Eastern developed media. However, it nonetheless can hurt the overall experience of a game's narrative if the handling of the localization and dubbing sets it apart for bad reasons alone.
Clee! We haven't seen you in forever! Oh, it's Miss Honorary Knight and Paimon! I was just about to go find you too. I got a terrible, terrible letter and need to go to a certain place. A terrible letter?
Okay.
Yes, from a person that won't acknowledge that Klee Endo the core family. They even said they want to test Klee and have Klee go to Dodoland, but... There's no need to rush. Slow down. A very bad, bad, bad guy. He's called Dodokin. 久しぶりだな、クレイ。
Okay.
お姉ちゃんとパイモンちゃん。よかった。ちょうど探しに行こうと思っ
The
てたの。
child Paimon is deeper than Paimon.
クレイに
Yeah, the child voice is deeper, yeah.
怖いお手紙が届いてね。そこに行かなくちゃいけないの。怖いお手紙？そのお手紙にはね、クレイはトドコの家族じゃないって書いてあったの。クレイを試すからトドコ。
It's better anyways, yeah.
慌てるな。ゆっくり話せ。悪者、大悪人、ドド大魔。
The second issue we see is that a lot of EN voice actors have a limited or even no major roles previously worked on, likely stemming from the freelance nature of the hiring process. This is important to establish as it contextualizes the amount of influence a voice actor can have in the space if their name alone can generate a lot of revenue for a piece of entertainment. If you were to look at the catalog of voice work a Japanese voice actor has in gacha games, you will almost always see an extensive list of characters they have done work for in previous pieces of media. Coupled with the Japanese VA industry having stronger voice direction and generally being of a higher quality, the actors are held in higher regard, and JP dubbing is a much more profitable space. In comparison, the EN voice actors have less bargaining power due to the less recognizable and widely popular individuals behind the characters they are playing. The last issue I want to talk about is EN voice actor culture and how they've exaggerated their importance in the space. It's not uncommon to see a voice actor in the gaming space use their association with a character to attract people to their personal content. However, in the gacha space, this is multiplied to an even greater degree. Especially given the parasocial nature of gacha culture, it can really help to sell a voice actor's brand and popularity if they present themselves as the very character they voice act for. This can
Yep.
create an atmosphere of narcissism as the EN voice actors take their credentials in the space and attempt to transcend it beyond them merely voicing a single character
They're
in a
too
single
busy
video
trying to
game.
farm clout, yeah.
So, with the least profitable voice acting market for Eastern game development, coupled with a bunch of voice actors with a limited resume of work, and several of them attempting to use their newfound roles to put themselves on a pedestal, we are left
Yep.
with a bunch of
Clout chasers.
self-aggrandizing individuals who think they can tell the multi-billion-dollar company what to do. What will the
Yep.
multi-billion-dollar company do? I'll go ahead and tell you.
Tripping
While
the
the
fat, yep.
misguided and misplaced efforts of several individuals acting on behalf of their own idea of how to push the SAG-AFTRA message went on for quite a while, the jig is finally up and their time is running out. Many of the voice actors whom refused to work for the company they were hired by are getting jettisoned in favor of actors who aren't attempting to bite at the hand that feeds. As for
Yep.
what the actors themselves have gotten out of this, absolutely nothing. And for the players of
Yep.
these gacha games, they have gotten worse than nothing, as entire game versions had gone on with simply no voiceovers for many of the
Exactly.
established characters in these games. These massive gaping holes in narrative quality has no doubt contributed to more players changing their audio languages to something else
As
or
if they
just quitting
care.
the games entirely, further diminishing the market value of EN voice work in Eastern game development and the influence of its voice actors.
I mean, it's also
want
just
to
gonna
make something
push us to
perfectly
AI
clear
faster.
to those few voice actors who still believe they can tell gacha companies what to do by
And
threat
then
of
you have
holding
things like
character
Infinity
voices
Nikki where it's
hostage.
mostly AI
Here's what
voice
your end
actors.
destination will actually look like.
C-Sec, put the gun down, son.
Get out of my way. I'm walking out. He's coming with me. All of you, back off! I'll kill him!
No, you won't.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Hostages only work
understandable.
when your enemy cares if they live.
And this is why
Take the
people
boy into
want
custody.
the thing there. This
You
is why
son of a
also
bitch.
Even
it'll
if
just push us
somehow
closer
the
to
EN
AI stuff
actors,
faster.
both old and new, continue to strike against gacha companies, the end result will not be agreeing to their demands. Rather, it will likely result in the termination of all EN voice work for
Yep.
a gacha game entirely.
It'll
After one game does so, the resulting chilling effect will greatly pressure everyone else to return to what projects remain for the Western voice industry. If it happens
And then it happens there, and all this is gonna do is drive us to AI stuff even faster.
enough times, all other gacha game development companies will conclude that the EN voice industry has been compromised and is no longer reliable enough to collaborate with, and will drop their dub support as well. If
No,
this were
they'll just
any
use
other
AI.
industry, a mass refusal of
Some
work
of them are
would have
already using
been
AI
dealt with
voices.
swiftly
It doesn't
by
even
mass
matter.
job terminations.
They're just gonna switch to
Hoyoverse,
AI.
all things considered, have been quite generous to let this futile act of rebellion to go on for as long as it did. However, their patience has finally run out, and the player base is quite sick of spending so much money in a game that continually fails to deliver the most basic of content expectations
Yeah,
in
exactly.
regards to voice acting.
And people are gonna
Hope
switch to
this
AI.
helps. And with that, I have said all I really wanted to about the EN voice acting situation with Hoyoverse games. As someone who plays any Eastern video game, gachas included,
You only
in
click skip.
exclusively Japanese, I have never been affected by
Fair
this
enough.
situation myself. However, I can completely empathize for those who had had their experiences in these games
I think it
worsened
depends
by
on
the
the game,
actions of
man.
a few delusional individuals thinking they could push around the very company that has hired them. There's still quite a lot of characters Hoyoverse needs to get back into the recording booth, so EN enjoyers are just gonna have to keep waiting for their favorite character voice to return to the game, one way or another.
Yeah,
But
either they
until
replace
then,
them,
This was a short video, and I'm
or they just
clocking
no
out.
voice. The only game you have on EN is because Yulan who taught VA, I say. Sorry about that blue screen, guys. You don't mind that blue screen, right? I blue screened. Okay, wait. Alright, we're done with that video. Let me mark it off the list. Right, we're going through our reacts. There's a lot here. Let's see. What's this one? Wuthering Waves community has become insufferable.
This is a disclaimer before
Yeah, no
the video
shit.
starts. This video will not be covering anything related to the anniversary rewards in Wuthering Waves or Zenless Zone Zero. While on that subject matter, however, I am 100% aware
What's
that
Wu
the
Chang? What is
ZZZ's
that?
community and their poor handling of the situation
Wu Chang?
is
I'm
no
not sure what
doubt
that
a
is.
primary reason why we're in this predicament in the first place. With that being said, though, I believe a fight fire with fire approach was not the solution the Wuthering Waves community should have taken in response to this matter. This will only further escalate tensions between the communities, as all anyone ever wants to do is point fingers and say
It's
they
Stellar
started
Blade.
it. You know where the dislike button
I never
is,
heard of that
should
one.
you disagree with my
We'll
opinions
look at it
on
later.
this matter.
We'll look at it
On with
after.
the video.
And the thing that might piss me off the most about this situation is this dude sitting here in this dev talk with a straight fucking face as he has this whole sheer force rupture fucking miasma mechanic just hidden in his asshole, right? Set on vibrate. What the fuck? Are
Oh
you,
boy,
you're
this
talking
clown.
about how you're gonna fix the fucking game. How you're gonna make sure that the game's in a better state and then introduce this fucking miasma mechanic. There's no way.
What?
Bro was actually just lying. He was actually just lying.
I'm confused.
For 14 minutes.
I
The
am
most
so
noticeable
confused.
change is in the map design. We've completely revamped the entire map experience and integrate the residential areas with combat zones at the system level, providing a more fluid and engaging gameplay experience for proxies. In Season 2, we've redesigned the travel system, changing from the original sliding area selection system to a larger map format.
Okay.
We're also improving the UI experience. We also added a mini-map to the interface, along
Okay,
with the
that's
navigation
nice.
features. Proxies can now select their destination more quickly and gain a clear understanding of new Eridu's geographical layout. Every
Okay.
character is the result of our team's blood, sweat, and dedication. Our team has put in quite a bit of effort to ensure characters are relatively future-proof and have long-term value. Showcasing a character's charm isn't just about mindlessly beefing up their stats. While maintaining each character's unique traits, we will strategically enhance their unique traits,
Okay.
rather than just simply boosting their damage output.
Hey, we at
About
least
a
making
week
the video
ago,
more
I made a
interesting, right?
video attempting to de-escalate the situation that was the fallout of two gacha communities clashing with each other despite both games being absent of any overlap in design or gameplay for someone to choose one over the other. Yet all it took was the Wuthering Waves 2.0 livestream reveal for any progress I could have made to be completely drowned out by the obnoxious, loud, extremist woo-wah crowd to resume their crusade of putting other games down and in some cases taking it a step beyond that. As someone who plays both yet has a preference towards Zenless Zone Zero for its smaller scale and art style, you could say I've been deep in enemy lines for some time now, and the insane degree to which ZZZ lives rent-free in these people's heads is a level of tribalism I have never seen before. Not with the older generations of console wars, not with the Call of Duty versus Battlefield, not even with the previous attempts to dethrone Genshin Impact. The amount of cherry-picking and omission of meaningful discussion is dizzying, to say the least, as ZZZ is only ever talked about with the intent to put a hit on it. You know, normally I don't think much about Saint being accused of not knowing how to play ZZZ, but when Caesar, the defense agent, is your aggregate for not doing any damage against this new boss in a heavily curated Yijuan advertisement,
tank character
put out
not
by
doing
ZZZ
damage,
creators,
imagine.
then maybe you really shouldn't be speaking on matters of endgame content. The gross obsession with changes and implementations of endgame content, content which never accounts for more than a couple hours total of stuff to do in any given month of a gacha's patch
It's not
cycle.
even an
Yet
hour,
these
man.
CCs want you to
Let's
believe
be
that
real.
it's the only thing that matters in these games. The downplaying, outright ignoring, or
Honestly, yeah, like, I really do want to make a video on why freaking endgame content is a scam or whatever in some of these. And I do want to make a video on why the waifu over meta thing. Because, like, it just be, like, mathematically proving why. Because, like, honestly, it's kind of needed, man. Yeah, they all have the same face. Yeah. Exactly. They all have same face syndrome.
even negative spin.
No, the only one that doesn't has really bad proportions on her face that it's kind of off-putting, at least to me. There's one character that doesn't have the same face from what I've seen, but then she looks really out of place because everyone else has the same face. Yeah, that's the point. That's actually the point I'm trying to make with that video. Because you have dumbasses trying to say the opposite. But if you think about things logically, the reality is chasing after the shit amounts of premium currency from the fucking garbage endgame mode, which is the same thing repeated in a stupid circle with a timer, as a bigger HP sponge, where its only existence is to sell the latest FOMO, but the reality is the payout is so abysmal for clearing it, and the actual amount of time and effort you have to do to even make the character even usable in the first place. Right? Like, there are a bunch of dumbasses that, and there's a lot of them, that try to say the other reason. But yeah. You left a comment? We'll see if we can find it then.
Of the new welcoming features added to the
But hi
game,
there.
and the constant need to label everyone within the space as some elitist loser or a mindless gooner. Not even Honkai Star Rail, at the height of its negativity in version 3.0, was treated this unfairly, as despite the endgame power creep discussion continuing to break new records, the game was still given the decency to be judged fairly on its story and gameplay content. It wasn't good, mind you, but at least HSR had its day in court, so to speak.
Yeah.
ZZZ, however, has not even been given the decency of speaking for itself. It's situations like this that genuinely make me believe that games like Zenless Zone Zero and even the upcoming
because honestly,
Arknights
a lot of these games don't really have much of a game in the first place.
More niche titles
at least the mindless gooners get something.
As all big names
They're
in
the
the
ones
gacha
winning.
space are heading towards the same homogeneous, bland, and empty open world design that has been butchered by the very nature of how gacha game design dictates content and account progression.
Here's the thing, at least. Thankfully, I know for sure NTE won't have this problem, because I was given a 65-page document and I played the previous beta. I actually know what they're trying to do. We can at least be thankful that this won't be a problem there. The other ones, I can't speak for that. But yeah. Don't worry, at least we know this problem won't be an NTE. I can confirm that. That won't be a problem. Where you have this shit. I can confirm that. But yeah, we'll see the rest of it when the beta comes. Here's the thing, man. I'm okay with playing games with like a turn-based game with fucking 8 hours of yapping. Fuck, I'm okay with playing with 50 hours of yapping. Just make the yapping actually good and worthwhile. And actually have purpose and value to it. The problem is the fucking writers of these gacha games can't write for shit. So they're always terrible. That I would rather just skip it and ignore it. But like, again, like with me personally, if all that's left in there to play your thing for is the story or whatever, and all I want to do is skip it, why am I even there? Right? Like, I have a different stance on skip buttons, because the reality is, if you want to skip over it, why are you even doing it in the first place? You might as well just uninstall and remove it, and get the ultimate skip button from that. Because you clearly don't want to deal with it anyways. if that is your reason for using the skip button. I try to avoid using the skip button in a lot of things as much as possible. And, like, the more often I have to use the skip button, the sooner I am to, like, giving up and not bothering anymore. Because it's like, if I'm not gonna bother with this anyways, what's even the point? Right? Like, what's even the point? And that's my stance on a lot of them. It's also partly why I can't be bothered to touch most gacha games, because they all suck. It's why. I mean, why do you think the ones that I actually end up playing left are what they are? And, like, a lot of them, it's like I spend very little time on, like, one of the three. And the other one, it's like I'm being compensated in ways. And then the last one is just ToF. But, like, that's the thing, though. If you want to skip, if you have that feeling or you don't want to deal with it anymore or you're tuning out, you probably don't care. Yeah, it takes a lot for me to skip, too. Same. I unless I'm, like, redoing the same thing on another account, I'm not gonna skip. For the most part. I don't. And, like, if that's all they have and I just want to skip on it, like, what's the point of even bothering? Right? And that's kind of where I am at with, like, and why I won't bother with most of these games. Because if I'm not at that if I'm at that point, why bother? Of course, okay, they're rolling AI generated stuff. So what? There's a lot of AI generated stuff out there. God damn it, ChatGPT is taking forever to generate the thing I was gonna use as an example. Oh well. It is what it is. But, like, yeah, it's like, the thing is, at the end of the day, you only have so much time on this planet. Right? You have only so much time. You might as well spend that time doing what you want to do, and not what you have to do, or because you're forced to do it. Right? And with a lot of things that are optional, and it's supposed to be for entertainment, if it becomes too much of a chore, that's when you just give up and don't bother anymore. Because you clearly aren't enjoying the time you're spending on there, and you're wasting your time. Right? That's why, like, again, like, with a lot of these freaking things, it's also why I totally agree when that person told me that I was too casual for Genshin, because the reality is I was so pissed off and so tired of a lot of the bullshit in there that, like, if I'm forced to deal with it even more in other games like it, I am just not gonna bother and I'm gonna immediately be burnt out. Like, the thing is, the other MMO that I actually played for an extended period of time. So, like, when I was younger, I played a lot of MMOs as well. But only World of Warcraft was able to get me really hooked and play it for extended periods of time. I played World of Warcraft for like 10 plus years before I quit during Legion. I started playing that game when I was in elementary school. Like, World of Warcraft. I was in elementary school, and I quit in Legion. I wasn't constantly subbed. I would be, like, subbed maybe 4 to 6 months a year, because I would basically sub for when there's, like, a new patch, play the new patch, unsub, come back later, and do the same thing. Because World of Warcraft was set up in a way where, like, back then, you kind of could just play for whatever you wanted in there. But yeah, MMO can keep you for years, but gachas can a couple months. Heck, gachas at times can't even keep me for a day. Right? The only, like, for a lot of these gachas, the only time I'm either spending more than a day is either I'm curious just to see what the hell is going on and how much worse it can get, or B, I'm playing it for other reasons, that I actually like the thing for other reasons in there. The reality is, unfortunately, very few things can even meet the criteria. Shit's why I basically drop everything. I tried things and I see, okay, this is what it is. And, like, here's the thing, no. Again, like, it goes back to my point there. It's like, if I want to skip stuff in there, what's even the point of it being in there in the first place then? Right? And if, like, the other thing too is, if the game reminds me of a different game that I would much rather be playing instead, I'm just gonna go play that other game instead. That's the other thing too. Right, like when ZZZ came out, like here's the thing, right? I just wanted to play a completely different game while I was playing that. Even if you got rid of the, like, even though they got rid of the stupid TV stuff, what was left still wasn't enough to make me want to play that over some older game that that it kept reminding me of that I played on, like, some obscure game console like the PS Vita, like, 8 years ago. And I would rather just replay that game instead. And then, like, it also didn't help how the day after there was this turn-based game I wanted to play for a couple of years that finally got localized, and I was more engaged in the action combat side mode in a turn-based game, of all things, than what was going on in ZZZ. I was more engaged in something they put in as like as a side quality of life thing for fun, rather than because they had to. I was more engaged in that in a turn-based game. Yeah, same for me. Like, I played, I think it was like on stream for like an hour, 2 hours with it, and then I immediately deleted and uninstalled. And cause like the thing is, it's like I saw enough where I know exactly everything that's gonna happen after the fact and where it's gonna go next. And I would rather just go play something else. And I was just like, yep. And like there wasn't enough to make me like, oh, I'm curious to see if it will get worse. But yeah. Yeah, once I receive it, it would be a ton of fun to play through it, yeah. I mean, it would be the first time I'll actually play through the game, right? There are other things I want to play later on this year. It's just that most of the stuff I'm interested in playing is on the latter half of this year. And there's some really cool, interesting stuff coming out. Oh yeah, have we gotten an update on Showa American Story? I'm really curious if we got an update on that one. Because I'm really curious on that one.
Implementation. To go off topic for a moment here, the reason why I have frequently praised Girls Frontline 2 in previous videos, and will continue to do so,
Probably
is that
not.
Girls Frontline 2 has the advantage of being a genre of gacha game that is so far removed from the mainstream appeal that it completely removes itself from the Sauron's eye that is the post-Hoyoverse audience. It can do whatever it wants at whatever pace it wants while offering an experience you can't find anywhere else. And financially, it's doing just fine and carving out its own niche from the toxic, self-destructive breeding grounds that is the Big Four. I wonder if we'll
They're not even the Big Four.
Our own unique label like Hoyoshi or Kurobot.
They should stop calling those games the Big Four. They're not the Big Four, they're the obnoxious four. If they were the big, if they're truly the Big Four, right? Let me open up the thing. Let's go r/gacha gaming. Right. We can pull up the revenue chart. Where is it? Surely it's not that far buried here. Oh yes. Well, let's look at the Big Four here. The Big Four, guys. Yes. Let's let this thing load first. Yes, the Big Four. We got Love in Deep Space, Pokemon TCG, Honkai Star Rail, and Arknights, right? They're not the Big Four, they're the obnoxious four. They're not the Big Four. Like, I'm sorry, they're not the Big Four. Look, they're not the Big Four, not the Big Four. That's why I call them the obnoxious four. They're not the Big Four, they're the obnoxious four. Call it what it is, the obnoxious four. I mean, it makes sense. It's literally, here's the thing. You have a list of gooner games for the male gamer. If you can call them gamers. I think that's for Pega. Here's the thing. There's really only one product for the female gooners, and they're all over here. Meanwhile, the male market is oversaturated like crazy. So all the females that are really interested in that, they're stuck in with one thing. They all go to one place. Like, that's the reality. Okay, cool. Good for them. They have the loadouts now. They don't. A lot of things don't exist to those people, man. A lot of things don't exist. That's why, again, I call them the obnoxious four. They're not the big four. They're the obnoxious four. They're the annoying four. They're the irritating four. They're whatever else you want to use to describe them for. Just not big.
Maybe we can get something related to feet. If any of you that watch me on the regular
Okay.
take issue with St. Tontos and wonder why I hang around with his community, I guess now's the best time for me to explain. Truth be told, my opinions of the #1 Kurobot were mixed for the longest time before I made my original critique of him some time ago. With time, I learned to live with the idea of keeping someone around who I would disagree with at times, as I found it helpful for myself to learn and have perspective on those whom I don't share opinions with, especially now since I am a content creator and it is in my best interest to not develop a closed-off mindset.
Yeah, I don't know.
While on the topic of Saint, I very much appreciate what he has done for the growth of my channel, as well as his community. I thank you guys very much. However, I have indeed been disappointed with his approach to critique at times. For example, his react to my apples to orange video, while generally agreeing together on some subject matters in the video, I felt as if his react missed the point of the discussion, as Saint would frequently take opportunities in the video to put down ZZZ inside the reaction to a video that was attempting to tell both sides to turn down the heat. Wuthering Waves as a game was a late bloomer in the gacha scene. It wasn't until the release of 2.0 that the game could finally step out of the shadow that was Genshin Impact and deliver something
It's still in the shadow.
Awe-inspiring. Zenless Zone Zero, in that same regard,
cope,
is
man.
a flower that has yet to bloom. Yet despite this, everyone is
The
looking
cope,
for an
man.
opportunity to choke the very life out of it in the wake of their crusade against Genshin Impact and their 5-year-long dissatisfaction with it long after they have stopped playing it. Now, coupled with the recent implosion that was Honkai Star
I mean,
Rail,
I still find
is
it really
Zenless
ridiculous with
Zone
these people
Zero
where they
dead?
quit
No, it's
Genshin to
not
go
dead.
play a
The
Chroma skin of
incomplete and
Genshin.
accurate
Imagine.
revenue chart is not the smoking gun you think it is. At best, it's a smoking pipe with how many times you people take a hit off of it and start spewing
Yep.
nonsense. Zenless Zone Zero, as a game, will continue to do its thing regardless of what the rabid online crowd will have you think. If you are someone who continues to enjoy ZZZ, do not engage with those looking to stir the pot. They had their chance to be reasonable when Hoyoverse removed the TV mode from the game as an extension of goodwill, and they reciprocated that goodwill by mocking Hoyo at every turn as a company who can only do right by removing content. The very same content they themselves wanted removed.
I know,
If
it's
that right
the
there
irony.
isn't an indication that they just want Zenless
The
Zone
irony.
Zero dead and gone, then I don't
Yeah, they
know
wanted
what
it
is.
removed, and they removed it. Imagine.
This will be the last time I discuss this matter.
There's a lot of
in
things in
regards to
these
the
games I would
Wuthering
want
Waves
removed,
community
though.
and their hate boner towards Zenless Zone Zero. Assuming nothing
Yep,
crazy
they own
happens
them.
going forward, I will simply look on to enjoying both games' respective patches that are right around the corner.
I don't
But until
enjoy them, so I don't bother
this
with
was
them.
a video I wish I didn't have to make, and I'm clocking out.
But yeah, this clown made a video about like the copium thing, a waifu over meta thing, and I'm gonna make a video to respond it at some point. I'm gonna figure out the script to mathematically prove why waifu is better than meta. Cause this guy called it fucking copium or some shit as a coping mechanism, which I do not agree. I strongly disagree with that. I strongly disagree with this. And I can use math to prove it. Yeah, I don't see your comment here. that you were talking about. I don't exactly see it. Yeah, I don't see it. There's a lot of comments in here. Sure, let's go look up Wu-Chang, sure. Oh fuck, that's not the button I wanted to push. What is this game? Oh, 4 weeks ago? Okay.
You never know you are a monster until someone comes to slay you.
Oh, here, I'll put that behind that. Okay.
The gift changes you, slowly consuming every little part of your humanity. I should know. It runs in my blood.
Who dares to question my will? Standing in the way of my redemption.
Okay. Alright, welcome back from the ad break. I see. I mean, it depends on what happens. And that's just the costume there. If I can get like a press key or something, maybe. I don't know. If I can get like a press key or stuff. There's like other shit I want to play at the end of the year though. Oh yeah, one of those things I was actually talking about, they actually posted an update. I didn't notice until now. Freaking Kingsmaker's got an update. They're actually releasing October 8th. This is one of the things I wanted to play later this year. This shit. I've been wanting to play this thing ever since I saw the first trailer like a year and a half ago. Just cause this just looks fun. Like, look at this shit. This shit is just so ridiculous but fun. Oh, this thing got multiplayer too. Nice. Yeah, I wanna play this shit. I wanna play this shit. Like, this is something I wanna play. This is just ridiculous, but it's fun. It looks fun. Yeah. Why not? I wanna play that one. This is what I wanna play. That's one of them. Did we get an update on Show America's Story? You know, here, we'll look at it as a refresher. They haven't told us anything else since then. But here, a refresher. This is another one I want to play.
ゾンビとは過去にとらわれ、抜け出せない者たちです。彼らは真の解雇主義者なので。
Alright. Okay, wait. Okay, the subtitle's not working.
ゾンビとは過去にとらわれ、抜け出せない者たち。
Yeah, the game was crazy from the trailer, yeah.
彼らは真の解雇主義者なの
This
で
is
す。
another one I want to play. I think it's this year, later this year. Yeah, exactly! The game was great! Did you like Gate? But yeah, it looks like fun. And there's this one.
助言をもらうには高い代償を払うことになるかもしれないな。お前はハンカチ落としや鬼ごっこをしたことがあるか?
Yeah, no problem. Yes, zombie apocalypse and everything. Yeah.
大統領閣下は毎日午後6時にアニメをご視聴になります。ご視聴なさっている方を邪魔してはいけません。
Like, he asked me what I really want to play, and it's like this. And the other one. Yeah.
あなたがテキサスを日本の財団に売ったから。
Right? It's like, what do I want to play? It's like, well, this.
ことが連鎖的に起きたんでしょう。
Yep. The drill, the pierce that happens right there. Superman, yeah. Sure.
君たちが第四新東京に行くにはまだ早すぎるわ。あそこは危険よ。
Yeah, it does. I know, that's why I want to play it. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, you'll see around though. That drill weapon looks like fun. The drill. I want to use the drill. That long-horned horse. Yeah, cause I'll take it for sure. It just looks like fun.
私が頭を担当します。私はアメリカのカウボーイですが、日本の侍でもあります。
愛してる女を人間大砲で空に打ち上げれば空に輝く星になるんだ。
And it's upcoming 2025, so... I mean, I want to play this one. Right? I definitely want to play this one.
葬式とはゾンビになった者を自然保護区に送ることだ。それが家族であってもな。ゾンビ同士で繁殖しないように必ず去勢する。
Right? Looks like the same from the same Yakuza game developer. I don't think so though. But yeah, basically sum up, you mentioned how someone who doesn't even play any of the top gachas makes the community more annoying as a mass report. Yep. Exactly. They also act like their game is the best when it's not. Yep. I mean, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But yeah, it's like, now you see what I actually would like to play. But yeah. Okay. Let's go to another react. What is one? Project Spirits, what is this? What? Wait, what the hell happened to Grey J? Oh, because Grey J opens in a web browser type thing. I accidentally opened another thing. I just realized this thing is like a freaking web browser. I dragged the window in and it played the thing. Instead of loading the video. Here we go.
Alright, welcome back. Hope everyone's
What
having
is
a lovely
this?
day, a lovely night wherever you're from. And real quick before we get
I guess
started,
the weirdo
as
who
always,
puts
I wanna
that
give a lovely shout out
picture
to the
thing in
channel
the
members on
background.
this channel. So thank you so much to these lovely commanders here that you see on screen. Thank you guys so much for your guys' constant generosity and support to me as always. It really means a lot to me, so thank you guys so much. If you guys are actually interested in becoming
Alright,
a
let's
lovely
go back
commander
to this
yourself, or
then.
if you are interested in any of these cute and lovely emotes, loyalty crown badges, you want a special role in the Discord, make sure to join the Discord. But as always, if you choose to do so, thank you so much. Just remember, that's not the only way that you can support me. Just watching the content like you are right now is truly the best way. Liking, subscribing, and commenting, everything really does help. So thank you guys so much. And for today's video, I had original plans, but last night we had some interesting stuff. If you missed my YouTube post, then you would have not known that we
2027? Okay.
in regards to Shift Up's next game. And I'm gonna be honest, even though it's just an illustration, it looks kind of promising, it looks interesting. So let's get started. Let me scoot over and let's put it on screen right here. And as always, we are at Genki Japan.
Okay.
Genki Japan is a page I follow more for overseas kind of news in regards to the gaming world. And they posted this yesterday and I thought it was so interesting. They said Shift Up have renamed Project Witches to Project Spirits. Now, if you don't know, Project Witches is going to be the next big game for them. Now, I'm assuming it's a gacha game because we already know Stellar Blade 2 is already in the works. Stellar Blade already came out. So that always seems to be a success. So I have a feeling this is going to be their high-profile gacha game. And if you don't remember, this is going to be mobile, console, and PC. It's still targeted for 2027, so there is no delay. It says right here that it's been renamed to Project Spirits and provided a first look at the characters. New flagship cross-platform title with an
Ooh, we
Eastern
upgraded
fantasy
dice.
theme, top quality new IP after Stellar Blade and Nikkei.
According to the hiring translate, setting subculture thing.
Script writers to work on the game.
Okay.
Still targeted for
3D
2027.
RPG open world
So let's hope
combat.
it's not another gacha game. I have some bad news for you. It kind of does, you know,
Honestly, here's the thing. If they're not careful with how they go about handling the game, I'm probably just gonna skip it anyways, man. Let's be real. But yeah. You're not a gacha game player yet. Doesn't mean you hate all of them. But you want people to respect what the gamer people and like and vice versa. Yeah, fair enough.
Remind me of Destiny Child, and I'll show you some examples, but it looks promising. The illustration is crazy because I'm gonna be honest, this is like the most fan service we've gotten in like the last like 2 years just in one image. I'm gonna be honest. I want to get a better look at it, and I'm gonna be honest, the girl on the right with the pink and the yellow is my absolute favorite. First off, glasses is already a plus. I love her hair with the flowers and stuff. She looks so good too. And I'm gonna be honest, this looks promising. Now, this is just an illustration. Maybe they could do another bait and switch, but this looks promising. This looks kind of insane.
Yeah, we're
Just
looking
because
at
the
it right
girl
now
on the
because
left
someone
here with
sent
the blue
it.
and the gold keepow, I think. It has a nipple bump, which is insane, by the way. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Insane stuff to
Sure,
have
they're
that detail.
describing all the things there.
Looks pretty good. Very, very.
I don't know
reminiscent
what
of
they're
Destiny Child,
cooking though,
and that's
man.
because this is Kim's art style. Now, I won't
I just
talk
see
about the
art,
whole
that's
AI
fine. I just
aspect
don't know
of
what the
all
hell they're
this
cooking.
because I'm not gonna get into it. Just know that, you know, it's not a surprise if Shift Up does AI. Now, it's never been proven or said, but they've done workshops. Where
I
they
know
tried
about
hiding
Stellar
it, where
Blade
they
2,
showed
but that's
how
it.
They created Red Hood with like very intricate prompts, and then they have artists go over the AI, while they also have other original content with artists, but it just saves time. Now, I'm not trying to say, you know, I agree or disagree with it. I'm just letting you guys know the news.
They're
If
cooking
you guys wanna know
ammonia
more,
with bleach.
check out Steffi's video that he did regarding the
Oh,
AI
yes.
for Shift Up.
Our favorite.
Not really a surprise, especially with the CEO being so involved in it. Not a surprise that he also has all his art trained into AI, so he can recreate this kind of
Yeah.
characters. And when I'm talking about recreating, I mean literally recreating. His art style is very distinct, and I really do like his style. It really shines through here
Okay.
a lot more. And
It can be
if you actually go to
cross-platform,
Shift Up's
yeah.
page, you see Nikke, but you also see Destiny Child here. If you see some of these characters, especially the main character right here in the front and then the far left, you can tell there is similarities between the art style, the shading, and the face animations that they do. It looks very reminiscent here, and I'm gonna be honest.
With
it still
Nikke
looks
dialogues,
really
that would be
good.
funny.
I actually really like this style.
That
so
would be
I'm happy to see
hilarious
it
if we had that.
Now, I don't know if that's gonna be reflected into the gameplay, but I would be happy if it is because that looks really good. And if none of you really know,
I'm just
but
about
Kim's
chibi
style is
open world,
actually
yeah.
reflected back
What the
into
fuck? Freaking
Nikke.
thing's
I
lagging.
don't know if you guys realize, but there are some characters that are distinct.
I
with that
upgraded my
style.
stuff too much, now it's
actually
lagging.
Gonna be with Ludmilla. If you actually look at Ludmilla, it actually has that style from Kim.
This is the problem, once you have like everything really going in Desktop Survivors, it starts lagging because I have too much.
And then if you also look at
I can't even pause it now, I don't
Miranda
think.
also has that same kind of shading.
I'm trying to pause it
Blush and stuff
to hide
especially
it.
towards the belly. This is definitely reminiscent of Kim, and he also did the illustration for this. So just wanted to say that's a little fun fact, but for me, I'm really excited for Project Spirits. It's looking pretty promising. I'm excited to see what they do with it. Now, I don't know what the plan is for this because we don't even know anything for a while. I'm sure we're not going to see anything until the later half or midway through next year, seeing that this is targeted for 2027. And depending on the release date, we won't even know for a while. So I wouldn't really stress about it. But I did want to make a video regarding it because it looks really,
There's
really
too
good.
many
Looks really
fish
promising.
and everything
right now, I mean,
everywhere.
it's gonna be a while because if you can literally go apply for a job and then you can see what they have right now. They got monster artists right now, level designers, battle planners, lead content writers, screenwriters, crevice artists, character artists, everything. And same goes for Nikke right now. Creator kind of project manager. So
It's
you know,
so
they're still trying to
like
build that
fucked.
up.
And I
So
can't
still
do anything right now because it's like.
trying to, you know, design
Oh wait,
this
no, if I move my
cool
mouse
stuff.
off, I think
You
I'm
can see that
fine.
They are working on this, especially for Project Spirit. I actually do kind of like the name Project Spirit.
They're
And I just
still
wanna
getting
say,
killed.
I'm very much interested in the Middle Eastern fantasy aspect of all this. This looks very interesting. Now, I feel like it's very gonna be like, you know, loosely based on Eastern fantasy. Based
I
on
mean,
how
I don't know,
sexual these
man.
characters
I
look,
don't know what they're
but
trying
I'm
to
not saying it's a
do.
bad thing. I mean, this looks great. This looks awesome. You know, the background could look a little bit like AI mush, but the buildings, you know, it's interesting.
Like for me,
It's
I
not
need
just
to
gonna be
have a
like
lot more background
stereotypical like monster kind
for
of
me
thing.
to
So
shift
I'm
from
interested to see
anything
what
being
they do with
skeptical
that,
to
because
interested.
Eastern fantasy is definitely an intriguing factor
Like
for me.
sometimes I'll
outside
say,
of
"Oh,
this
I'm interested in
insane
whatever,"
look.
just as a,
Now,
to
if
be
these are the main
nice.
characters,
But
you
like,
get to choose what, you know, which character.
I
Definitely
need a
one
lot
on the
more
right. I
information.
love pink and yellow. It's my favorite. I know some people are gonna go for the one on the left. That nipple bump is insane, but hey, you know, it looks really cool. I do want to compliment the little weapons here because there is a lot of design into the sword. It looks really great. The weapons, I'm interested to see what kind of characters you're going to be able to play as, what the combat is going to be. If this is going to be the next big game, this is definitely probably going to be an open world type of gacha game, which I'm skeptical about. So I'm going to be cautiously optimistic about it because for me, open world gacha games are kind of like an oxymoron. I feel like because you get limited, it's not really an open world, but that's just me.
Yep.
Now, I am interested to see what they do because this is console, mobile, and PC. Just like a few other gacha games out there currently, so I'm interested to see. But that is going to be enough from me. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are on everything.
And like
regarding
that's
Project
why
Spirits,
it's like,
what your thoughts are
yeah.
on the character designs, what you're interested
I
in.
don't want to
Let me
play
know.
Genshin.
For
Why
me,
would I
I'm
want to
actually
play a
intrigued in
clone
it.
of
I'm
Genshin?
glad we finally got some first look at it, even if it's just an illustration. I'm still intrigued, so I guess it worked. But that
Right,
is
like
gonna
I
be
don't
it
want to
from
play
me,
Genshin, so I
hope
of
you guys
course
have
don't want to
lovely
play a clone of
day,
it.
a lovely night wherever you're from, and as always, thank you so much for the constant support.
So like yeah, it's like
Take
no shit.
care,
I don't
and
like
have a
things
good
like
one.
WoW because it's a clone of it. I didn't want Genshin. I don't want to play a clone of it. It's like yeah, no shit. Oh yeah, I can just do that to pause it. Okay. We'll go to the next react then. We'll see what happens, but I'm skeptical. The com is gotcha for now. What is this? What is this video?
Hello all. In today's video, I think I'm gonna title it Peace, right? And the reason I want to title it this is ZZZ is currently probably the only gacha game that I'm playing where the drama is truly just not all that dramatic, right? When I came back to WUA and I criticized it, I realized that I mainly got attacked by big CCs with biased opinions, like their fan bases, not just the CCs, and that the general, base of the WUA community isn't actually like part of this toxic bunch, right? And when I came back to HSR after taking a long break from it, it was the same thing. Because when I came back to HSR after taking, I think like a, 3 or 4 patch break a while ago, like this was a long time ago, right? I made a bunch of videos calling out HSR on their shit, their power creep, their HP inflation, the story, the flaws it had, all of it, right? And back then, I was also met with toxicity and, elitism, although it isn't, none of it was as bad as my WUA return, in all honesty, right? But coming back to ZZ,
fair enough. A lot of them don't have much in terms of outfits and character stuff.
Because this ZZ
Understandable.
community is, at least currently, the most chill one out of all the gachas I play. Now, I don't think it will last forever, like a lot of people think, because here's the truth about all these Hoyo games, and especially recently with what's been going on with certain, agenda-pushing WUA CCs. It's just gonna be fire fighting with fire for like the next year, and then the same way WUA constantly shits on Genshin and WUA constantly shits on HSR blindly, like all that shit, right? You're gonna have a lot of people who are going to start blindly shitting on ZZZ from the WUA side. That's simply how it goes, right? And then both sides are going to be at constant war. One side is going to call out the other on their bullshit. The other one is going to keep bullshitting because it gets clicks and views, all that, right? However, recently, I won't lie, I have seen the ZZZ drama ramping up recently, saying ToneTaz is trying to attack ZZZ on all fronts to feel better about the anniversary being shit. And that's why he hasn't actually made any content on his own game's anniversary.
Because there's no
made
content.
More on ZZZ's Annie, saying that it's worse instead.
No,
right?
The reason why he won't make content is because there is no content. He can't make content. WUA has no content, so of course he can't make content on it. It never had content in the first place. You might spend a lot of time when you're logged into it, but that's because they force you with the excessive chores that you have to go through. And like how bullshit a lot of the systems in there are. Not because of like genuine reasons, but because of artificial reasons. I don't know. It's a shark. I think it's a shark girl running around the city with no water. They just are. They just are.
I do have to say that outside of that, right, because I hit all these creators' channels, I no longer get recommended their videos. I only hear about them passing by every once in a while.
Yeah, I don't think they actually have content even in that. It may look like they have something, but then they still have nothing. It's just more of the same. It's just more of the same, and then some like copied card game crap that they have. They should add fishing to every game. Fair enough.
People in my chat who try to instigate shit, and I tell them.
And don't worry, we're adding fishing to this video
anymore, right?
Look at all the fish.
ZZZ has been really nice.
I'm shooting out goldfish
to be in, to hang out in, and all in all, just the fact that this game gets as many polls as it does makes it a lot more enjoyable as well. I mean, I love convenient games. The scale of this game is much smaller than open world ones, which I tend to not enjoy all that much because I don't like mint picking around in map expansion every half a year.
Yep.
Right?
Mint pack picking.
You can do dailies in like 10 seconds with Mia Ball every single run. Dish drives are pretty easy to farm, right? Dish drives are pretty easy to farm and get. They give you the most pulls out of all the gachas I'm playing currently. ZZZ's average is 124, and for this Annie, we should be getting around 160, right? HSR gave 120, WUA gave 120 for their Annie as well, and Genshin's last Annie gave 130, right? So the rewards, the skip button, the better QOL, the better farming, the better community.
I mean,
this game
if your
truly
problem
just
with
feels like almost a vacation, a paradise. in
You want a
comparison
paradise?
to
Don't
being
play
in
any
the
of
other
these
Halo
games.
And it truly is nice. Just
I mean,
being
if you want
able
it to be
you know,
actually
play
nice,
a
play
game
something else.
and actually talk and think about the game. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Watch
what I
other
have to say,
content
instead of
creators who
touching
aren't
this shit.
drama farming, who aren't doing this, that, right? It really is nice, right? Now, I'm not saying that the WUA space doesn't have, like, you know, these types of people. There are many people in the WUA space who make very
He's the
good
most
content.
unenthusiastic
I see,
voice. I know.
What's it called?
It's
I see
very
Maggie,
monotone.
I see Juice. I see I Win to Lose. I see Sweetly. All these people who like talk about the game. They run calcs. They help people with guides. They help players understand better how to use these characters. You know, people who talk about their own game's events. You know, all this stuff. I absolutely adore content creators like that. And I understand that I myself could be a little hypocritical because I am even outside of my leaks, right? Because I am mainly a leak channel. But whenever I'm not talking about leaks, it's usually about my personal opinion on a topic. And sometimes that can lead to me getting heat or going down, you know, this bad, you know, drama road, this drama cesspool that I kind of have taken myself back from, right? But I would like to say that at the end of the day, I do think it's inevitable for all of these gacha games to end up having like these, you know, console versus PC, PlayStation versus Xbox type, you know, debates constantly, especially when you have some of the biggest CCs in the space constantly pushing this agenda and leading to it being seen by like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. People get mad and angry about it because they don't want the drama on their own turf, but it just keeps getting pushed, right? It's like poking a bear, you know what I'm saying? You're constantly poking a sleeping bear that isn't doing anything to you.
Yeah, they're not
expecting
the
nothing
freaking
to
character
go
they
wrong,
showed.
but you know full well that at some point it's gonna get up and it's gonna start fighting
You forget
back,
though,
right?
wait. You forget how WUA handles their characters, man. It's just whatever horde they feel like selling that they're then gonna toss aside because they're completely one-dimensional, so that they can sell the next horde in the next patch, or the other half in the patch, and then you forget about them entirely after they're all done. But yeah. But like, that's your only content? Okay, cool. Your content is the excessive chores to make the character that you spend $400 per guaranteed copy to obtain, because they make the chores to upgrade them super excessive, and it's just like, yeah, no thanks.
That's exactly how ZZZ feels currently, after kind of how calm it's been for so long, and all of a sudden the drama is just completely ramping up because of one big CC spearheading all, right? So I have to say that, at least for now, and since returning, thank you for all being chill. Thank you for all being welcoming. I do get backseated in my stream sometimes when I play ZZZ. However, I expect that in basically any of these gacha games, especially when, you know, you're streaming to like 50 plus people. There's going to be a few people who backseat this and that, right? I understand I am ass at ZZZ. I'm not going to try and sugarcoat it. I haven't played the game in quite a while. But at the end of the day, I just love you all, right? I love this gacha space. I love giving my opinions
I don't
on
really
HSR.
care that
I love
much,
giving my
man.
opinions on WUA, and eventually I'll give my opinions on ZZZ.
I mean, it
when
doesn't
believe
help
I'm
how
really
I know
more
exactly
educated
what's gonna happen
and, you know,
after
more
anyways.
experienced in the game, because I don't feel like talking out of my ass for this game, knowing full well that I don't actually really understand all the ins and outs about it, right? So I want to say thank you to the ZZZ community. I haven't really made many ZZZ videos at all, but all of them have been pretty chill in terms of reception.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Why play Star Rail when you can play a good turn-based RPG? Star Rail is a dogshit turn-based game. And, like, why not just play the game that they ripped off the combat system from before they then butchered it? Because, yeah, Star Rail copied a lot of its mechanics from a different turn-based game, but then they freaking ruined it. Like, why not just play the original? Heck, they even add like on the newer entries freaking an action mode for grinding instead, or doing stuff in the overworld when you're not in like boss battles. In the newer entries of that game that they ripped the thing off of before they then butchered entirely. Rather just go play those instead. But yeah. Well, again, like, that was part of the problem of why, like, I dropped freaking HSR, like, immediately. I was just reminded that I could play a different game that does exactly what they have in there better without the gotcha bullshit. And it was constant, like, it was a constant freaking reminder. Or you could go play Claire Expedition 33 or something else. Like, why not just play an actually good turn-based game instead of that garbage? Right? Unless you really like the characters or whatever in there, what's the point? Like, I would rather just play an actual good fucking game.
And I have to say that the community
Than a
is
fake
also,
one.
you know, very nice and very chill, very supportive. I mean, at the end of the day, everybody makes fun of this game for being a gooner game. But to be honest, I'm glad that this game is mostly known for being gooner, because it leads to most of the discussion around the game not actually being all too toxic compared to the other ones that are basically constantly talking about meta and comparing each other to themselves, right? Love y'all. Hope you have a great day. Hope you have a great night.
Fair enough.
Peace out.
Alright, that's another video done. Let's move on to the next one. I don't even know why I was sent this. Alright, what is this? Moose on caffeine. What is this?
Hi, welcome back. We all know that gacha games are just casinos in disguise, and every gacha game dev's only goal is to suck as much money out of you as possible and keep you spending money forever. However, some devs can be a whole lot more scummy than others, with gacha rates ranging from pretty acceptable to absolutely horrendous with no lifeline or guarantee at all. I've played a few gachas in my day and heard a lot more about other gachas as well, so today I've compiled a list of the most prominent examples I can think of when talking about the worst and best gacha rates on the market today. If you're playing a gacha, the only guarantee is that you're getting shafted one way or the other, but this list will show which gacha games have the—
Here's the problem I already have with this. He started talking and I already have a problem. Rates aren't the whole story. You need to they need to talk about the economy of it, the economics. Because the rates don't mean much if the economics are just as bad, if not worse. You could have the best rates ever, but if the economics behind getting them is worse than the worst rates on the list, then they're effectively, in practice, basically the same. They just moved where the needle is and how you're going about dealing with that needle. They just moved it around. That's why it's like, you need to add context and bring like the actual economics around it too. But yeah. Yeah. It is what it is though.
the smallest shaft. Before we start though, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more content like this in the future, and join the Expression and Discord server for a fun and lovely community to hang out with, and for pictures of my cat. Now let's get onto it. So this list is going to go from worst to best, and I'm going to take several factors into account when ranking each game, not just the rates themselves. For example, a game that gives players 90 pulls for every update with 180 pity is going to be a lot better than a game that gives players 45 pulls every update with this.
How are they counting those pulls though? Like, that's the other thing too. What's the source? What do you need to do? What's the cost of that? Because they're not actually just giving them away. We saw that video we reacted to either. Yep, they all need to be, like, factored in. Everything as a whole. But, like, you know they won't be.
The same pity, and the same as a game that gives 45 pulls with 90 pity, so it's all going to be pretty relative. I won't take general game states into account though. One game being objectively or subjectively better or worse than another won't be taken into account, but I'll certainly make fun of any games that are objectively bad. Without further ado though, it should come to nobody's surprise that Dragon Ball Legends is the gacha game with the worst rates on this list. Now, pulling up the list of character rates I found on the wiki, while it is incredibly low, especially when compared to other newer mainstream gacha games, it's actually pretty similar to another game on this list that is much further up, with 10% for sparking units and 0.35% for ultra units, both being about the equivalent of 5 stars and 6 stars respectively. To figure out why DBL is so shit, but that other game is so high up, you have to take into account two very important facts. One is that you barely get any resources for summoning at all, meaning you're basically forced to spend to get the characters you want. And two is that even if you do spend, you can end up spending hundreds, sometimes even thousands of dollars without getting the character you want, because on the banners where it truly matters, which are the ultra character banners, there is no pity system. No soft or hard pity.
That's what he's talking about here.
This, but the words absolutely absurd would pretty much suffice. There's a lot of power creep too, but the devs apparently did address it and are planning to completely stop it. They also do have buffs for all characters, however, it doesn't change the fact that people can spend an infinite amount of money and if they're unlucky enough, never even get the character they want at all. If you want my advice, never touch this game with a 20-foot pole, unless you yourself like being touched or shafted by that same 20-foot pole. Now, when first creating the script, there was a huge gap between DBL and the game that came after it. I felt that that huge difference between number 1 and 2 was too big and that it needed to be closed, so I found this next game right here. When this game first came out, it was supposed to be simply a cash grab from its JP audience to capitalize upon the IP it was created after, but after people realized that the game had potential, eventually they complained enough to the dev team that they fixed nearly every issue the game had on launch, including the absolutely abysmal gacha rates and currency prices. The game I'm talking about is, of course, Fate Grand Order. Now, honestly, the rates didn't really become good either. They're still pretty bad, better than DBL, but way worse than any of the games further down the list. So, up until around 2 years ago, Fate Grand Order didn't even have a pity system, just like Dragon Ball Legends. However, they did add one 2 years ago, and while it is still absolutely gross, disgusting, and should be barely considered a pity system, it's still something, I guess, and does fit the gap between DBL and the game next on the list. So, to get an SSR unit, it's a 0.8% chance per roll. It's honestly not the worst I've seen. I mean, it's more than double DBL's ultra rate. For a pity, you're going to have to use a whopping 330 pulls to guarantee the rate up character you want. When looking at the pity system this game has, it got worse and worse and worse the more it went on. Here's a couple snippets of how it works, the worst of which being pity doesn't actually transfer between rate up banners. I mean, even Genshin doesn't do that, man, holy shit. I thought Hoyo would do this before anybody. The next stipulation for this pity system is if a banner has rotating rate-up SSRs, or 5-star units for you new age gacha players, the pity does not carry over between two SSRs if you missed the chance to get the SSR unit you wanted. And finally, which might actually be even worse than the first condition, is that this only counts for the first instance you get the character. And while character dupes aren't really important, some people just have favorites they would want to spend money on. I guess they're spending either way, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, and for spending your entire life savings on a fully maxed out saber. I mean, you can do it in HSR now, I guess. Even though the mathematical average for getting an SSR is around 100 pulls, it's still pretty gross to first only have 300 pity and then no pity.
You used to live in Japan for 1 year. Let me tell you that even in real life, they like gacha. They just like look at New Year every year. Everyone want to get lucky bag. Yes.
3-star characters.
Of course
they do. The only reason
do.
the system could be considered very predatory is because 99% of gacha players do it to pull for their favorite characters. The rates in pity are absolute garbage, but as long as you don't pay, you will have a great time in FGO, I guess. Now with that out of the way, let's move on to the next game, which is Genshin Impact.
Okay.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Like I said, there's a huge gap between DBL and Genshin, which is why I added FGO in the middle of these two. In FGO, you are guaranteed a little more than enough pulls for 2 SSR units per year, and it's around 4 or 5 5-star units in Genshin Impact. It's no doubt that Genshin is way more forgiving than DBL2 since they have a goddamn pity system. It's 180 pulls to guarantee a 5-star character in Genshin, and they usually give around 50 to 60 pulls per patch for F2P players, meaning you can guarantee a 5-star around once every 3 patches. However, The thing that really gets everybody going about Genshin's gacha system is their god-awful weapon banner system that had to get 2 different reworks for
I
players to
know,
finally
they're
accept
crazy,
it.
man.
And it's still pretty bad. We all know of a brave, or scratch that I guess, rich and bald warrior with a lot of money to burn that spent more than $2,000 to try an S5 Staff of Homa, which prompted the dev team to introduce the new garbage charge core system that only gave you the weapon you wanted after you lost 2 50-50s. And in the recent anniversary, they changed it to only 1 lost 50-50. Now it's basically just the same as the character banner, but with 80 instead of 90 pity. The fact that weapons are always going to be way less worth than characters, though, means that it still is a very garbage system. Weapons should always be guaranteed, in my opinion. Now, the next 2 games, Honkai Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero, are of course published by the same company as Genshin Impact, and they do the character banner the exact same, 180 pulls to guarantee a 5-star character. Each game also giving around the same amount of limited pulls every patch, with the average being 100 to 130, meaning it would take you less than 2 patches to guarantee a 5-star unit. Weapon banners are a lot better than Genshin, never requiring any chart core systems, only having 1 weapon on each banner, meaning that it was never a double 50-50, and it's actually not even a 50-50 at all, because in both games, it's a 75-25 chance of getting the 1 rate-up weapon on the weapon banner. And by the way, weapons, Lycones, whatever they're called in ZZZ, I think W engines, they're all the same thing when it comes to the gacha system, regardless of gameplay. Although, despite the 2 games being incredibly similar, I would rate ZZZ's gacha rates much more highly than HSR's gacha rates, because ZZZ doesn't have nearly as much power creep as Star Rail. I mean, honestly, barely any games have as much power creep as Star Rail, man. Meaning you don't at all feel forced to pull for any unit, meaning your pulls and any of the 5-star units you've ever pulled have much higher value, meaning your future pulls also have higher value because the new characters you got won't depreciate in value faster than a total Ferrari like in Star Rail. So while they're exactly the same rates-wise, ZZZ definitely feels better to pull in my opinion, because your pulls have a lot more value. However, the next game on the list does character banners slightly better than every Hoyo game, and does the weapon banner a lot better than any Hoyo game could ever hope. Can you tell that I don't like Hoyoverse, by the way? Up next is Wuthering Waves with around 80 pity and a 50-50, meaning you need 160 pulls to guarantee a 5-star character. You can also guarantee weapons in 80 pulls because there is neither a 50-50 nor a 75-25, and there is only ever 1 rate-up weapon. You can also get between 100 to 130 pulls per patch in Wuthering Waves if you farm all the events and such. Now, I do want to mention that you won't necessarily have to use all 180 or 160 pulls or whatever to get your 5-star character. In fact, in Wuthering Waves, you only need to use around 83 pulls for the statistics of getting the 5-star unit to be on your side, since it's around a 1.8 chance. But I don't really want to take those into account because it gets a lot more complicated. And it's just a lot easier to go based off of pity and guarantees, and not how lucky you might get. Even in DBL, you could get very lucky and get the unit you want in like 3 pulls. It doesn't matter. It skews the results too much, so let's not take it into account. Now, the next game on the list is one of my favorite gacha games of all time, the Battle Cats. I've praised this game before, and I would praise it to the moon and back.
What is
it's
this
such a
one?
simple concept, but it is executed nearly perfectly. Its gacha system may seem at first very daunting, and its rates may not seem so special, but it won't take much investigating to see how good Battle Cats' gacha system is. Uber rare units, which are the equivalent of 5 stars, have a 5% chance to appear every pull, and legend rare units, the equivalent of 6 stars, have a 0.3% chance, and while that is incredibly low and even lower than DBL's 0.35% chance for a 6-star unit, and even worse, there is no pity system, let me explain to you why Battle Cats' gacha system is one of the best I've seen. There are 3 main reasons as to why it's so good. One is that the amount of cat food, which is the premium currency you get, is insane for how valuable it is. Now, Battle Cats doesn't operate in the same patch system as a game like HSR or Wuthering Waves, so you can't really calculate how many pulls you get per patch. Instead, there's a set amount of cat food you collect in the game that does increase every time they introduce new levels and events.
An SD Gundam Internal,
there's a lot of
with the chance you get Ultra Rare.
Battle Cats a month ago on a fresh new account.
For every pull is
More
much
than enough
higher
cat
than
food
any
and tickets
gacha
to
game
do around 100 pulls.
he talked
That
about.
itself may not sound like a lot, especially because you can get way more in other gacha games. But for the second reason why Battle Cats' system is so good,
Damn, they got a
character
gacha
in Battle
too.
Cats is incredibly useful. You're going to use every single 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star unit you get for nearly your entire playthrough. However, to guarantee that you will get a lot of good characters, you should never pull on normal banners. Instead, there are many special banners such as Uberfest and Epic Fests that increase the chance of Uber Rare units to 10%, and there are other banners that increase the chance for Legend to 0.6%, and finally there are special events that guarantee you can get an Uber Rare every 10 pulls. Finally, aside from those 2 reasons, let me introduce you to the wonderful world of sea tracking and predetermined gacha. Battlecats uses a seed system for every account and every banner, and players have found that you can track your seed and figure out what units you will or won't get in a certain amount of pulls. For example, during this last banner, which is one of the best banners in the game actually, nearly doubling the rates for Ubers to 9%.
People got RNG manipulation down.
Strongest legend in the game. I was able to track my seed and find out that I got Daybreaker Izanagi, which is that same probably most powerful legend unit in the game, in just 18 pulls, and you can do that too. While the strats may not seem great at first glance, and while the lack of a pity system does also seem very shitty, the fact that we have banners with insanely boosted drop rates, banners with guaranteed Uber units every multi, the fact that every single unit you will ever get is useful, the fact that character dupes don't matter at all, and the fact that you can see track to find out what unit you will get, all comes together to make Battlecats' gacha experience very good. If you still have doubts about it being so great and being so high up in the list, just go experience it yourself and you will thank me. There are of course a lot more things to talk about when it comes to Battlecats' gacha system, but I don't want to spend too much time talking about it, so let's move on. Now, before we get to the number 1 spot, and some people may have already guessed what it is, I want to add an Ethereal Restart as an honorable mention. Now, Ethereal Restart rates are absolutely impeccable. 5 stars in Ethereal Restart have a 1% chance of dropping with 100 heart pity. There's also no 50-50 and no weapon banner, which is incredibly nice. Character dupes are also mostly just small stat upgrades like a 5% skill damage buff or 12% crit damage buff, for example, so chasing dupes isn't really important, meaning you can get like 90% of the value of a character by simply pulling them once, and it will never exceed 100 pulls. Now, if I knew more about the game, I would probably put it in the number 1 spot. However, we don't really know how many rewards players are gonna get, because the game isn't out yet. The devs did say they wanted every player to access every character though, so let's see what happens. It will be released on June 5th.
Damn it, there's too many
fish again. If we get enough rewards, then I have no doubt Ethereal Restart would be the game with the best, if not at least one of the best gacha rates out there. However, it's really hard to beat the game with the number 1 spot, so let's just move on to it. The game with the best gacha rates I've ever seen so far, with a dev team that is incredibly generous with premium rewards, free 5 stars, and on top of all of that, that maintains a stable, balanced, and most importantly fun game state that nobody who actually experienced it would talk negatively about. That game is Arknights. Now, Arknights' gacha system is pretty complicated when you first look at it. The first thing you have to know is that 5-star characters have an 8% chance of dropping, and
it got so bloated it crashed. Nice.
Stars have a 2% chance of dropping, which is already more than 3 times Battlecats' drop rate when it's doubled during a special banner. After 50 pulls,
it actually crashed.
A 6-star character, each single pull after 50 increases the chance by another 2%. So at 51, it's a 4% chance, 55, it's a 12% chance, and at 99 pulls, it's a 100% chance. And honestly, if you get to 99, something is definitely wrong with your luck. Like, did you like install a witch or something, man? Either way, another condition is that the first 10 pulls you make are guaranteed to include at least a 5-star with a chance for a 6-star. You could sometimes luck out and not even have to spend more than 10 pulls. Now, there is a 50-50, which is sometimes actually a 70-30 in favor of some limited units, but come on, after seeing those rates, are you really gonna blame them for it? These gacha rates basically mean that there's a very high chance you'll be able to get every single character, no matter who it is, at least once, which is further emphasized by most characters going to the standard banner anyway after their release, which is again further emphasized by the fact that gacha isn't even the only way you can obtain characters in Arknights. There are actually 2 other systems, including one that allows you to straight up buy characters rotating in and out of the shop. Gacha game without the gacha. I could go on to also comment on Arknights' great game state. Arknights is a good game, go play it. By the way, thank you to Yuki in the Discord server for giving me all this information. Go subscribe to his channel. And that's it. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more content like this in the future, and join the Express in Discord.
I wonder where ToF would be if he actually understood how this shit worked. I wonder where he would put that. Never play a gacha game that is solely PvP unless you hate yourself. Yep. Sounds about right. Just never do it. Okay. Let's go mark that off of my list of reacts. Oh, what's this about the HSR collab with Fate? What is this? I was sent a video about the HSR Fate collab. What's going on here?
Honkai Star Wars Fate collab is just around the corner and everyone is ready to Excalibur their savings away on Saber's banner. But what if I told you that you might be completely screwed if you're low on Stellar Jades or you're free to play? So if you don't already know, the Fate banners are a completely separate banner from the permanent limited banner. That means that all the pity that you have built up on these banners is worthless. If you recently lost a 50-50 and you planned to use that confirm on Saber or Archer, you can't. You just can't. You can't. You're gonna have to win that 50-50 on a completely new banner starting at 0 pity. This already kind of sucks by itself. It kind of incentivizes you to skip every single banner before the Fate banners come out. So if you want Cypher and Saber, you're gonna have
Actually, no, I knew the fact that it was also an erotic game. It was from an erotic game series. It's an ero gay. You know what? Here's the thing, right? They screwed up, man. They gotta go back to their roots. Gotta go back to the ero gay roots. Give the people what they want. They gotta give people what they actually want with it. They gotta go back to their ero gay roots. Don't you agree?
Win the lottery, or you're gonna have to skip every banner before the Fate ones. Because
yeah, you didn't know? You didn't know the Fate, the original source material was just a hentai game? You didn't know? Well, now you know. Now you know. Well, now you know. If you ever feel like it, you can go look it up yourself in your own free time. But now you know. How does that make you feel?
obviously, you're going to prioritize the collab banner because those are almost certainly never coming back ever again. Now, if this was the only problem, it probably wouldn't be that
sure.
But the bad quality of life does not end here. Now, keep in mind, everything I'm about to say is not confirmed, but we have a pretty good understanding of what HoYoverse is willing to do. The Fate banner in Star Rail is pretty comparable to the Chronicled Wish banner in Genshin Impact. The Chronicled Wish also functions as an entirely separate banner. This banner, funny enough, has something called Fate points. So when you lose your 50-50, you get 1 Fate point. You can use this Fate point to choose any character on that banner, and the next 5-star will 100% be that character. Now, the Fate banners in HSR will not be doing this, very likely, but they will very likely port over the pity system of the Chronicled Wish banner. The pity system of the Chronicled Wish is so stupid. The Fate point that you get after you lose the 50-50 does not carry over to the next Chronicled Wish banner. So imagine this, right? You lost the 50-50. Ah, dang it. It's okay. Your next 5-star is confirmed. So you put 60 pulls into the banner because you missed Shenhe for 7 years, but you don't get the 5-star in time, and the banner disappears. What happens? Well, fortunately, the pity does carry over, but can someone tell me why the fuck the 50-50 doesn't carry over? You lose the Fate point the next time it shows up. So you lost the 50-50 for nothing. You have to win it again the next time. What happens if you lose the 50-50 the next time it shows up? Do you kill yourself? The unfortunate thing is, I'm expecting this to be the case for the Honkai Star Rail Fate banners. So the odds are, if you lose the 50-50 on Saber, you better hope you have enough pulls together. And yes, the pity does carry over, but when is the next Honkai Star Rail collab banner? A year from now? 2 years? 3 years from now? Even if the next collab was exactly 1 year after the Fate collab banners, it probably still feel really bad to not have access to those summons for a year. So pretty much no matter how you spin it, it feels really bad because that 60 pity is kind of just sitting there for years potentially. And then
yeah, that's the thing with collabs and gotchas. They sometimes get worse rules because whatever the IP wants.
Like this. What is the most efficient way to use your summons? If you want to min-max your pulls, you'd probably only do single pulls the entire time. But for most of you, I'd probably recommend doing 10 pulls until 70 pity and then starting to do singles, since soft pity starts at 75. But honestly, you are kind of playing with your fate whenever you do 10 pulls on this collab banner, because on the off chance that you do get a double, and let's say you win the first 50-50 and then lose the second one, if HoYoverse chooses to actually not carry over the 50-50 for the next collab banners, the confirm that you just stocked up will just be gone forever. The only thing we really can do is hope that MiHoYo changes the system for Honkai Star Rail. or adds more quality of life for the collab banners. I've seen people talk about the banners being around for longer than the usual 21 days, and if the Fate banners last for like an entire patch, maybe like a month and a half, then it'll probably be fine. That'll be enough time for people to hit soft pity again. It doesn't fix the problem, but it kind of lessens the odds of people losing their pulls to like a black hole. I really don't expect Hoyo to change the 50-50 not carrying over. We are getting a free archer, so I'm kind of expecting the Fate banners to last for however long that free archer will be claimable. Now, I wanted to talk about why I think Hoyo makes these shitty functions on purpose. Because obviously, if they only cared about player quality of life, they would probably throw in Saber and Archer onto the permanent limited banners.
Okay.
And the answer is money. Nah, I'm just playing. That's way too obvious. The answer is probably data. They probably want to collect accurate data for how well a certain business decision is doing. Like, if Saber ended up on the permanent limited banner, most people probably have pity built up. They probably have like a 50-50 confirm ready. So the data would just not be accurate.
Exactly. They wouldn't be a gotcha in the first
With
place.
a huge intellectual property like Fate. So they're probably going to be using the data of how well the Fate collab does in conversations with other potential big collabs. Like, hey, look, this is how well our Fate collab did. We could both make hella money together. Honestly, with everything considered, I'm kind of just happy that the Fate collab seems like it's going to be good. The fact that the main story is going to interact with them is already really cool. I've personally never seen Fate myself, but the collab has a lot of people hyped up and pretty excited about the game again. And honestly, isn't that truly what actually matters? But one thing is certain. Nothing can get worse than the Genshin Impact and Alloy collab.
Okay. Sure. I mean, here's the thing, right? They made her look better. That was an improvement. With how ugly Aloy is normally, Alloy, whatever, the collab made her look better. If I'm gonna be honest. Okay, what's this one? Breaking DRM in Polish trains? What's going on here? What the fuck is this? Oh god, this is an hour long. I'll save that for another time. Let's go to a different video then. Let me scroll up. What else is on the list? What is this one? This is the cabinet. What is this one I was sent?
Kuro made a mistake with their anniversary. Admittedly,
Yeah.
calling it a mistake might be a touch unfair. There's nothing inherently wrong with an anniversary patch, but to be more accurate, I'd say Kuro missed the mark with this one. Coming off the back of 2.2, widely considered one of the game's best patches, expectations for 2.3 were sky high. The cinematic story experience alone took many players' breath
That's
away,
all they have.
mine included. The 2.3
That's because that's all they have.
for nearly 2 hours, suggesting
the
a wealth of
cinematics.
content was on the way. Instead, what we got felt like a 90-minute edging session that left many people blue-balled to the point of convincing themselves that there had to be more coming. Well, part 2 was just around the corner. And honestly, at the time, there was nothing wrong with holding out hope. We all want to believe the developers have something up their sleeves, but as 2.3 winds down, it's time to call a spade a spade. 2.3 was, frankly, kind of turbo ass. We had a cube combat event and 2 glorified login events with a few snazzy rewards, and to top it all off, the famous pulling event. I do respect the effort that went into creating the cube characters, no doubt about it. The visuals and skills looked pretty well crafted and must have taken time to get right and fit, into the whole cube atmosphere. But at the end of the day, what truly matters is how players feel when they play the game. And for many
Alright, I'll
of
see you
us,
around. We'll be
myself
ending soon
included,
anyways.
It was
We've been live for like how many hours?
Pizza, but without
And it's already
cheese, kind of underwhelming.
almost
Worse
7
still
a.m.
was the feeling of sometimes
Goddamn.
feeling a little
I can do
gaslit
my
by
Nikki
certain
daily
segments
soon.
of the community who, insisted that the patch would somehow transform into something amazing if we just wait a little longer. Honestly, though, I can't blame them when Kuro was on such a winning streak up until then.
I don't know
truth,
about winning
it wasn't
streak,
an
for sure.
awful patch. It was just painfully mediocre. And I've been turning that thought over in my head, trying to put my finger on exactly why it felt so hollow. For the longest time, whenever
Because it's
someone
always
popped
been
into
hollow.
my stream and asked what I thought about 2.3, I found myself kind of at a loss for words. I had a gut feeling, but no way to properly articulate it until I saw the 2.4 live stream, and then everything clicked into place. The 2.4 live stream was a very welcomed one, a stark contrast to the edging session of 2.3. Two story acts, each promising twists and surprises. Cardathir and Looper in particular left us all pretty stun-locked. They showcased multiple combat events, including Crisis Trials, which I genuinely believe is their best combat event, and I'm very excited to see the revamped version, new holograms, new echo sets, and a long-awaited
They want more
bundling
shit to
event.
farm.
Something players have wanted
They want
since
more?
1.0.
They're happy about
Shows that the devs
farming
are
the
listening
more
to
annoying
player feedback
garbage.
in so many different
Damn.
ways. Of course, we'll need to see how it actually lands when the patch drops. Promises are easy, but delivery is where it truly counts. But from the outset, it's clear that the devs have listened to community feedback. And
Oh,
as a
nice.
side
Congrats
note,
on getting your
speaking
rate
about devs in this
compensation.
realm, I've got a whole video coming up on that, so make sure to subscribe. They wrapped the whole live stream in 45 minutes, complete with a polished set and production values that screamed, "We're serious about this game."
Sure.
That's worlds apart from the 1.0 live stream that we got at launch.
Yeah, I don't know
To top
about
it all
that.
off, they released a roadmap of upcoming characters, which is critical not just for short-term excitement, but for building long-term retention. Players need to know there's something to look forward to and save for. After seeing that live stream, I and others thought, who cares if 2.3 was turbo ass, if this is what we have to experience next? 2.4
Sure.
looks positioned to deliver on everything that makes Wuthering Waves special, and that clarity highlighted exactly why 2.3 felt so off to me. The anniversary is supposed to be a celebration of everything a game does right. It's a chance to remind long-term players why they chose this gacha over the others, and to show new players what they've been missing out on. It's also a time to shower the community with rewards and make everyone feel appreciated. But the 2.3 anniversary missed this crucial step entirely. Instead of highlighting what makes Woowa so special, its engaging combat, its rich narrative,
I don't know about
games,
engaging,
cubes,
man.
and little else with
It's
rewards
about as
that felt
engaging
too
as
sparse.
the rest
It
of the
almost
slop.
felt like a marketing gimmick, one that didn't align with what the game stands for. For many players, it raised uncomfortable questions about the game's direction, whether Kuro was drifting away from what made Wuthering Waves great in the first place. And I understand that concern. Also, when you're let down by a patch, then you're met with endless debates from the community about whether you're even allowed to feel disappointed or you're wrong for feeling a certain way. It can make you question whether or not it's worth engaging with the game altogether. Of course, some will say, it's just a filler patch, go play something else for a while. And sure, it's not a bad piece of advice to give, but when
Every
a
patch is a
that
filler
took
patch,
2
though.
hours to announce ends up feeling so inconsequential, empty, shallow, especially when it's an anniversary patch, which is supposed to be a big moment, players are left with an emptiness that's hard to ignore. To me, that's enough of a reason to say this just wasn't up to scratch. Thankfully, 2.4 has reassured me that 2.3 might just be a blip in the Tethys matrix, a temporary misstep in an otherwise promising trajectory, because
I don't know about
since
promising.
2.0 had one of the best comebacks in
Okay.
gacha history. In the face of mounting competition, it's more important than ever for Wuthering Waves to stay true to what makes it unique. There's no future in you trying to be everything to everyone. To be fair though, Wuthering Waves has delivered more than I ever expected it to. I initially came for the combat, but I've stayed because of the rich, engaging storytelling and the striking character designs.
I don't know about that.
The improvements since 1.0 have been no doubtedly significant, and it's clear that Kuro is committed to raising the bar.
All they're looking at is their
baseline
fucking
of what's considered
the
good
fucking
means that
cutscenes. That's all they
anything
care
less than
for.
the standard stands out immediately. But honestly, that's a good problem to have. It's also worth remembering it's hard to see change day to day when you're deeply involved with a game. Just like working out, you don't notice the progress until you take a step back and compare where you started to where you are now. And that's exactly what I see with Wuthering Waves. It's been consistently delivering, despite the occasional misstep. Recency bias is real, and it's only natural that players judge a game by its latest patch. But over the long run, what matters is the trend, and so far, that trend is up. 2025 and 2026 are shaping up to be stacked for gacha games. Competition is fierce, and only the best will survive. That's why it's crucial to hold developers accountable when they miss the mark, and to acknowledge when they get it right. If Wuthering Waves can stick to its strengths, if it can continue to build what makes it stand out, I think we're in for a bright future. Thank you for everyone who watched this video. I know this is a bit of a departure from my usual style, but I've been wanting to unpack
it's the
these
fucking
thoughts for a
Glazer.
little
Glad
while.
we didn't give him the view. It's the same game as before, exactly. I mean, it's the same garbage, man. Like, nothing changed. Oh, we also already did see the auto-touch thing. I'm gonna mark that. I forgot to mark that out. What is this one? Sonic's Eyelids. What is this?
If you remember a while back, I made a video talking about one of Sonic's design principles, like his iconic smirk. Well, today, I want to talk about Sonic's eyes. Now, wait a damn minute. Huh? What's up?
Okay.
You already talked about Sonic's eyes before. Well, I didn't. See, actually, actually, you did. Literally 3 months ago. Actually, if you let me finish my freaking sentence, I'll tell you. I'm going to talk about his eyes, but it'll be something more thought out. His eyelids.
Okay, his eyelids? Why are we talking about eyelids on a fictional character? I don't get it. But I was sent this video. Okay.
Sonic has had so many inconsistencies over the years. You don't need me to point them out. You watching this video probably already know what I mean. Hell, even his eyelids aren't consistent because there are so many different variations on how Sonic's eyelids emote. Let's start with the beginning. Since the 90s, the color of Sonic's eyelids were a nice tan color, balancing the color scheme with Sonic's tan belly, tan arms, and tan muzzle. It was a unique choice because it didn't feel like the colors of his head and eyelids were blending in or overlapping with each other. Whenever Sonic would show an expression, you would see the tan color of his eyelids popping out so you can tell from what he's expressing. As stated, this is a good design choice because if Sonic's eyelids were blue, then it would throw off the color scheme and will overlap with Sonic's face because the head is already mostly blue. But it's not like they'll change the design philosophy going forward, right? They changed it. But the real question is, when did this change start to occur? Why all of a sudden Sega and Sonic Team decided that they wanted to change the color of Sonic's eyelids? Well, obviously when Sonic had a redesign in the adventure games, they changed the color of his eyelids to accommodate for the redesign, right? Well, what if I told you that is a big fat lie? You see, even with the redesign of the character, the eyelids remained its tan color. As you can see in the original Dreamcast Sonic Adventure in 1998, you can see whenever Sonic shows an expression, he still has those tan eyelids. And in both the original Dreamcast Sonic Adventure 2 in 2001 and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle for the GameCube in 2002, he still has the tan eyelids. In the first two advanced games, they still kept that design philosophy. So it's not because of the redesign. When did this change going forward start to occur? Well, it was in a little title called Sonic Heroes. You've noticed whenever Sonic blinks, the blue shade of his eyelids show. And this change started to happen with Sonic X as well. See that? Blue eyelids. Also, in Sonic Adventure DX, they changed the tan color of his eyelids to the blue color as well. And you can see this also affecting Sonic Advance 3 in 2004, even though the last two games kept the tan eyelids. In many of the games going forward, the modern design used this design philosophy of the blue eyelids. Since this small design change, how would Sonic Team figure out a compromise that can still show Sonic's expressions with his eyelids? Well, my dear viewer, let me show you this black line right here. See that? Sonic Team saw that the blue eyelids would clearly overlap a lot of Sonic's already blue shade. So to make him emoting his eyes a bit more believable, they gave him this black outline resembling eyelashes. This was a smart compromise without taking away the believability that Sonic is closing his eyes. You can definitely see it show in Sonic X a lot, as well in the advanced games, Shadow 05, the Rush games, and Sonic 06 as well. However, that all started to change around 2008 going forward, when they all of a sudden got rid of the eyelashes for the eyelids. Games such as Sonic Riders Zero Gravity and Sonic Unleashed started this change going forward, with Colors, Generations, and Lost World continuing this design choice. Even though classic Sonic kept the tan eyelids, but that's due to the classic design never changing the color in the 90s. But anyways, back to modern Sonic. Having the eyelashes were a good compromise for getting rid of the tan eyelids, because it can make the emoting of the eyelids more believable and more pleasing to look at. Without it, it just looks flat. Like nothing visually striking whenever Sonic makes an expression. You just have these blue borders that just covers half of the eyes. It's not terrible by any means, don't get me wrong, because what we about to be getting going forward is just nah. But having the eyelashes just makes it so much more appealing in my opinion. Even IDW understood the assignment by giving Sonic his eyelashes. It still has the blue eyelids, yes, but at least they knew how important his eyelashes were, so kudos to IDW for that. But this is where the eyelids take a turn for the worse.
Oh boy. Bald? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay, what were they thinking? Like, what are these? I'm sorry, but since Forces, it's like they've made it worse with these. First of all, why do the eyelids look baggy now due to these lumps? I may not be a character designer, but I'm pretty sure eyelids aren't supposed to look like tumors. And classic Sonic got it even worse, cause, ugh. This has been the design choice for Sonic's eyelids going forward in the games like Sonic Frontiers and Shadow Generations since then. I feel like the fleshy looking eyelids are so ugly to look at. I feel like if they were going to do a touch up on the Sonic model in the future, then they need to go back to the flat looking eyelids with his eyelashes, because as stated, having the eyelashes to accommodate for the blending of the shade of blue was a great choice. So if Sonic Team could bring this back for Sonic's eyelids, that would be great. This is what I could also recommend for Sonic's eyelids. Whenever you see classic Sonic's design back then, winking or closing his eyes, what do you notice? This is what we need back. Whenever Sonic would wink or simply close his eyes, only the pupils emote by having these lines to show the expression. And the modern design was no stranger to this as well. I mean, in the early days of Adventure, here in this render of Sonic laughing, you can see only the pupils doing the expression and not the whole eyes. I think this used to make perfect sense since, you know, Sonic is a cartoon character down to his core. But ever since then, we strayed further and further away from Sonic's cartoon design philosophy when it comes to his eyes in general, especially when he's winking. Back then, it was simple having only his pupils closing. But after the Adventure era, whenever Sonic would do his signature winking, his whole eye closes instead of the pupil. Even classic Sonic in recent times lost that bit as well, except for that one moment in the Origins opening. But I think that Sonic's eyelids and eyes in general need to have that cartoon logic again. I think this IDW issue 50 celebration animation by Tyson Hess is a good example by what I mean. You can clearly see Sonic closing his eyes and not his pupils in one frame. But in another frame, when he's winking, you can see he's only closing his pupil. You can have it both ways. I mean, Sonic's eyes are weird in general, so you can add some of that cartoon logic onto his eyes again by having his pupils closed from time to time. The games going forward could take these notes by improving Sonic's eyelids going forward. But what do you guys think about this? Do you prefer tan, blue with eyelashes, or the fleshy eyelids? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below because I love to hear them. And also, if you guys are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on any future content. With that being said, have a good day, have a good night, and I'll see you.
Alright, that one's done. We did the react there. Okay, what's another one? Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon. What is this game? I was sent this one as well.
Hey, we're back with another episode of Before You Buy. That show we give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing.
Let me mark
Today,
that
it's me, Jake,
as well.
and we're talking about Tainted Grail, The Fall of Avalon. We're checking out this one because it kind of came out of nowhere for us. And we all got a lot of messages and comments just suggesting we check it out. What the heck is this game? You know, like, why is it being mentioned so much and blowing up?
I don't know.
on
I never
Steam?
heard of it.
Well, you know, I bought the game and jumped in to check it out for myself. Keep in mind, this feels like a fairly big game, and this is only first impressions. I'm only like scratching the surface here, but just know there's also a demo if you want to try it out yourself. Basically, if you go in with your expectations set at a certain level and you can tolerate some issues, what we have here is an ambitious Elder Scrolls style game from a small studio, like an indie studio. If you're looking for Oblivion or hell, even Skyrim kind of nostalgia, but without Bethesda, this is a game that attempts to put a unique spin on that formula.
Oh, nice.
Really in setting and atmosphere. It's definitely a flawed game. It does not look very good at all graphically, and the combat is really a drag.
You can definitely tell the
occasional powers. But the game excels
those pictures are
at
dated.
getting the feel of just wanting to constantly see more and explore more and just do more. It starts off a little slow, but once it gets going, you'll be hooked questing, dungeon diving, talking to weird NPCs, stealing cheese, you know, the kind of stuff you love to do in a Bethesda RPG. But here, it's all dripped in this like bleak, depressing atmosphere. It's like, it's one part kind of gothic, like the style, but also the game. It's one part Bloodborne, one part H.R. Giger inspired design. Graphically, like I said, it's rough, but the art direction here, the characters, the environments, the creatures, it all really helps pull it all in and just make it feel really unique. It all also just feels extremely M-rated. It's all super grim, really depressing. Everybody's dying, everything sucks, but just in a way that really works for the game and kind of helps it stand out. The developers here, a Polish studio named Awaken Realms, have only done a handful of titles, and one is actually a deck builder set in this world. I guess that was kind of like the precursor to this, because this is like a big game with magic, stealth, archery, melee, character building, all RPG systems you'd expect, and it's centered around this really fun kind of King Arthur mythology with a completely different spin. So King Arthur is kind of like this long dead big war god king that did all this stuff and kind of forged the lands, but now that he's gone, the world has fallen into chaos with different factions, creepy cults, and strange fog and diseases destroying the land. And in the intro dungeon, King Arthur's soul kind of ends up being revived, and your character that you create ends up kind of bonding with him, bringing him along on an adventure where you set out to understand this world and possibly bring him back. There's definitely more to it, but that's at least what you're getting at the start. So like I said, at the start, you create your character with a simple but decent character creator. You pick some character traits, and then off you go. You escape from a cell and you wander through a really unimpressive basement, like jail-style dungeon. Thankfully, once the game opens up and like shows you the lands, it feels much stronger. It picks up. As soon as you're given freedom upon like finding the first NPCs in a town, man, that's when it sets in. You have some vague goals, but it's up to you to figure out when and how to do stuff and really just adventure around at your own pace. You can set a campfire anywhere to rest and level up. You have to be wary of a mysterious fog that sets in that can create more dangers for you. There's a lot going on here, and a dangerous world this really is. At the start, it can be frustrating because you're pretty powerless and you're very weak. You may find yourself wandering into abandoned camp consistently and just getting slaughtered. Stick with it, and it gets better, but I will say I'm not really enjoying the combat itself much. It's old school, you know, a stamina bar, swinging a weapon, holding that button
don't
to
like
do
the
a heavy
combat.
hit,
Yeah.
and blocking. There's also a dodge, like dash, that feels pretty swift and can actually be really useful depending on your character build. But the combat, specifically the ranged bow I used and up-close melee weapons, just felt not good. Just very soft and squishy. Hit detection and hitboxes just feel way off in a way I can't really put my finger on. And it's just very just swing, 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 die. Very clunky and not really satisfying at all. And while the magic is cool, stealth kills and even finishers, while like I'm glad they're here, they just feel very roughly implemented. What is nice is that although the game is meant to be played in first person, there is also a third person mode option, really just for kind of checking out your character. You can play in third person, but it's clearly rough, and the developers actually put like a warning disclaimer for it when you access it. Still, I appreciate it here. I just like that it's a get better by doing style RPG. The more stuff you do, the more fighting you do, the more sneaking you do, the more lockpicking, the more fishing, lumber, mining. There's a lot in this game. The more you do, the more you just engage with the game, the more you level up. And the game just seems like well-paced, and I felt like I was consistently progressing in one way or another. When you level up, you earn points that you can dump into attributes like strength, endurance, dexterity, of course, and then you also get points you can spend on skill trees. And there really is an impressive amount of skill tree stuff going on here. I mean, like I was pretty blown away and actually kind of overwhelmed at the start. I'd honestly love more dedicated dialogue like speech stuff. There is what seems to be like some skill checks catering to some of your specific attributes and conversations, but I just would have liked more, like a whole separate speech or charisma thing. Either way, questing and writing is interesting. Voice acting is a bit all over the place, but nothing egregiously cringeworthy or anything. I found side quests pretty interesting, even if some were simple, just because of some interesting writing and, of course, the setting of this world. Again, it's really impressive to see this stuff just play out from a game studio you've never heard of. NPCs go about their day, you can steal stuff, you can get caught, you can go to jail. The world map is filled with all these weird little nooks and crannies to find, and weird stuff, or environmental storytelling. Even like if you kill enemies out in the world and you leave and you come back, you'll find their corpses replaced with skeletons. Just cool stuff all around. Not to mention the atmosphere itself. Whether it's like trippy moments where you get transported to ethereal realms,
do enough
or
where it'll just lag out.
It's all just haunting.
I'm not fully gonna upgrade
almost
everything.
Space-like. It's a really weird spin on fantasy where you just don't know what to expect, and that's been a lot of the fun for me so far. That's kind of why I've been wandering around. Keep in mind though, cool art aside, the game just looks and feels old. For some people, a game like this is just what the doctor ordered. For some people who I guess just only play flashy big AAA games, they're going to look at this and immediately write it off. But it's like a throwback in a good way. You know, I guess if you don't care about graphics too much. Unfortunately, even that aside, like the look aside, performance was a distracting issue for me. Like, I'm typically pretty forgiving of tech stuff. You guys know that. Like, I personally have a high tolerance for what annoys me. But on PS5 Pro here, where I bought the game, I had some
Wait, that was on the PS5 Pro? That he was playing that game on? Damn, that looks rough.
It was really, really not good looking.
PS5 Pro looks like that.
The screen tearing was really, really rough. Especially tough because the game's limited graphics options didn't help anything. It's only outputting at 1080p. And the screen
on a
tearing
PS5
was just really,
Pro,
really
damn.
disappointing to see here. I can't speak for the other
That's a
versions.
rip.
It seems okay on PC, just looking at reviews, but just be warned if you're jumping in on PS5. This is a game that, I know it's an overused phrase, but it's a game that's not for everybody. Some people are going to look at this video, and especially with YouTube's compression and stuff, they're going to think, wow, this game looks crappy, old, I don't want anything to do with it. But some of you RPG nerds out there, you Western-style RPG people, you might be into this. After I got out on that really bad intro dungeon, I could immediately tell like why people have been flocking to this. I could immediately see the appeal here. I know people are just always clamoring for, you know, Morrowind or Oblivion or Skyrim style worlds and just how they're constructed, how they feel, how they go about things, and that's all apparent here. But for me, what really like won me over is the whole premise, the King Arthur thing, the whole Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon thing. Like, it actually makes good on some of these cool ideas with like these like fallen legends, this fallen kingdom that doesn't just feel completely like video game nonsense. There's some really cool elements to it, from the writing, yes, but also the presentation, some odd music choices, and again, the occasional drop of like weird H.R. Giger art just makes it way more compelling than I expected. So again, maybe consider jumping into it. It might be up your alley. Like I said, if you have some tolerance for an older feeling game, there is a lot of cool stuff here. Some cool towns, some weird creatures, some surprisingly good abilities as you get further in. I don't know. I think this one might be onto something. Flaws and all, I'm excited to see how this game goes, but also what this studio does next. I think Awaken Realms is definitely someone to keep your eye on. But hey, that's it before you buy. You know how this goes by now. I give you some pros, some cons, and some personal opinion. And now I want to hear yours down in the comments. Like I said, this was just a quickie. We've really only scratched the surface of this game. It caught us by surprise. So just putting on some quick impressions out there. Yes, it does seem like it is worth the hype, or at least worth the word on the street. But if you've been playing it, maybe you've been playing it a little bit longer than us, let us know what you think. If you like these types of games, we'd love to know your opinion, anything at all. Hit us up down in the comments. But if this video helped you out at all, maybe informed you, clicking the like button helps us out. We appreciate that. We put out videos every single day too. So that's it. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.
Alright, that's that one done. Okay. That's another one off the list. Let me mark it off the list. Where is it? Alright, we'll do probably one or two more. There's this one, Genshin Impact is a game that never learns. Oh boy. What is this one?
Genshin is a game
That
that
I was
won't
set.
ever die, but as somebody who used to enjoy Genshin a lot, it's very frustrating to see that a game with so much potential that could be so good ended up not living up to its fullest potential, and over time actually degraded in quality. And after Natlan specifically, many people are quitting because that magic that COVID brought and the magic that came from some of the earlier regions just isn't there anymore. Natlan, many people thought was going to be a place with big changes for Genshin, where a lot of quality of life improvements could be made and the game would be changed for the better, but ultimately we only saw a little bit of these changes. We saw some quality of life, some improvements, a free 5-star, but unfortunately a lot of that stuff was 4 years too late, and it's something that a lot of other modern gacha games are starting to do. So it didn't end up coming off as something special, rather than just living up to the status quo we had seen in other gacha games already, even games that were actually made by HoYoverse themselves, such as Honkai Star Rail and Kuro's Wuthering Waves. Now, first let's start by talking about where Genshin started. So Genshin actually came out, I believe, on September of 2020, so it's been about 4.5 years since its release, and its release was met with a decent amount of criticism. I remember there was some guy who even destroyed his PS4 over Genshin's release.
That was before the release.
Breath of the Wild clone sort of statements, people talking about this.
If it was a Breath of the Wild clone, I'd be happy.
You're adding gacha to it with the predatory system, so a lot of people didn't actually like it. But in terms of the gacha space specifically, it was something that innovated the gacha space with insanely high potential, insanely high budget, and it said, you know, we're going to take the gacha space to the next level. And without Genshin, we may not have gotten any open world gacha games. We probably still would have gotten some eventually, and that would have been the innovator of the gacha space. But Genshin really took the initiative to elevate the gacha game industry into a more AAA gacha game focused thing, where people are focusing a lot on these very high budget gacha games. Now we've gotten games like HSR, Tower of Fantasy, Wuthering Waves, and ZZZ coming out that have already came out and already been pretty high budget. Even those games are a lot
ToF is not a high budget, man.
I mean, if you just look at a game like FGO, it just looks absolutely terrible.
Imagine they're calling ToF high budget, yeah. The freaking small studio make it still. That's funny, man. Grouping them in with the high budget. Yeah, high budget my
compared
ass.
to these more modern gacha games that were inspired by Genshin. And these
I wouldn't say
inspirations
inspired
had an entirely new
for
wave
all
of
of them.
gacha games to come after them. And as an innovator from the genre, it kind of just rode that wave, and it didn't keep innovating. And that's the big problem with Genshin. The games that are inspired by Genshin, have been inspired by Genshin, ultimately just ended up making Genshin look dated. It wasn't until the first gacha games started coming out that more and more Genshin could never and Genshin hate started arising. There was a couple of people before that were still criticizing Genshin quite a bit, but the Genshin hate didn't really start until HSR on a massive scale. And that's when you started to see a lot of YouTubers talking about the pros and the cons of Genshin and why it just wasn't living up to what it could. People would be very quick to criticize Genshin at the beginning for its lack of endgame, and that was the biggest thing that it was being criticized for quite a while. There were other problems with Genshin, and there are a lot of other problems with Genshin, but the lack of endgame content was really where things started. People said Spiral Abyss is too easy. People would beat Spiral Abyss with their eyes
And then
closed.
now
They
they
beat it with
just
all 4-star characters. They
uh-huh.
would beat it in the most simple ways, and they would talk about how it was just boring and easy. And Hoyoverse's response to this was to just keep on adding more HP, more and more and more and more and
Yep.
more HP to these mobs, rather than making it more interesting, rather than making unique boss fights, rather than doing anything. It would just HP inflate things, and people did not like that. There were also other criticisms, especially about the dailies, about the weapon banner, about missing past 4-star event weapons like Festering Desire, which would end up being Farina's one of her best in slots, but people wouldn't be able to get it because you would have had to play in 1.1 during Albedo's story to be able to get it. It didn't have Resin Overflow like HSR did. It didn't have a dialogue skip button like some other games do. There was no artifact loadouts. People just didn't enjoy doing dailies. The events weren't interesting and would take too long. And these were a lot of the complaints that a lot of people would have about Genshin. But this was only the beginning, because we would eventually reach something that was catastrophic. The 3 polls for 3 years incident. The 3 years for
Yep.
3 polls brought a lot of hate back to Genshin because it made Genshin look like they did not care about their players or appreciate the people who had been supporting their game for so long. 3 years you've been playing a game and all they can give you is a measly 3 polls. There was a couple of other polls on that as well. I believe it was a total of 13, but 13 polls for a 3-year anniversary? That is the worst thing you've seen out of probably any gacha game. And out of all the gacha games I've played, I've never seen something even remotely close to that bad. So the outrage from the community was quite bad, and you saw this being the rise of a lot of Hoyo hate channels specifically who would target and criticize Hoyo. Now I think these channels ultimately have been pretty beneficial, not to Hoyoverse specifically, but to future gacha games coming out. Now if a game is going to be getting a lot of hate, that is mainly going to signal to other developers, do not do this thing, because if you do this thing, you are going to get a lot of hate like this company did. And rather than actually signaling something to Hoyo because Hoyo doesn't seem to listen, it's more of just helping other games understand what players' boundaries are and what they will actually respect in a gacha game. Because if you look at a game like HSR or Genshin specifically right now, these games, they already have secured pretty big audiences, so they can do dumb things all the time and not really have to face too many consequences for it. But if a new gacha game were to do that, that could be potentially game ruining and cause them to lose a large amount of their player base because they're not invested in the game yet. So when the 3 polls for 3 years banner came out, it showed if future gacha games want to actually be able to grow their audience, they're going to need to be more generous to the players to be able to pull them away. Because as a new gacha game, you're not just looking to be a good gacha game, you're looking to be better than the competition, better enough that you're pulling people away from their game. When people are already so invested in other games, it kind of makes it so that you have a much bigger responsibility to be better and to do the things that people actually want to see. And Genshin doesn't have
I'm
to
getting
do
so many
anything.
blue
That
screens
is one
on
of
this.
the big problems with Genshin and why Genshin is failing to innovate and improve. It's because they don't need to. And if they don't need to, then they don't want to. There's no need for them to improve. And when they did try to make some minor improvements, which they did during the 5.0 update, most people just didn't really care too much about the updates besides people who are actually playing Genshin. And we saw a lot of Genshin glaze. Wow, Genshin is making a free 5-star. Wow, absolutely insane. But you saw a lot of the more critical people saying, really? You're giving us a free 5-star now after everything that's happened? It's like, it kind of feels more like a slap in the face to do it so late, because if you're doing something only when you're forced to do it, then there's no genuineness to it. It doesn't feel heartfelt. It doesn't feel like you're actually giving to it, right? It's feeling more like Hoyo was forced to give up up this thing that they could have hold on to because of the circumstances, right? It doesn't feel genuine. People will take the rewards, but it just doesn't feel sincere. It feels like, wow, thank you for supporting us all the way until 5.0. It feels so fake, and it honestly made a lot of people dislike the company more because the only way they would actually make improvements is if they had competition and they weren't willing to support the game normally. But even despite that, it did still generate a bit of goodwill, and missing quality of life features, if they were to be added, could actually generate quite a bit of goodwill for the company. So I'm going to just give some ideas on how to generate goodwill for the player base in terms of quality of life. And then after the quality of life, I'll talk about more major changes that can be added to make the new player experience better and to help the game get back on its feet. And these things can be done by other gacha games as well that are coming out in the future. And I think these are things that need to be done.
Oh, now they're getting fired by lasers on every corner.
HSR has this in the simulated universe. You can spend your little tokens and buy previous 4-star event weapons. Very good feature that allows players who miss certain light cones to be able to get them back. I played during 1.1, but I didn't do Silver Rose event because I didn't really care, and I ended up missing that weapon. You know, a big oversight on my part, but they added it back to the shop, and then I was able to get Silver Wolf's good weapon, and I was able to get her weapon as well as its refinements. Another thing is implementing a better weapon banner. Wuthering Waves has an amazing weapon banner, and I've even heard people talk about how they've quit other gacha games like ZZZ and HSR just because the weapon banner is so terrible. It is a 75-25, but if you lose one of those 75-25s, people are legit gonna quit the game because of that. So just making a better weapon banner will also encourage more
A better one is to not have them at all.
Most people just in Genshin do not pull.
Even better to not have them at all.
What you could do is have non-daily gated domains. This is the most annoying thing about Genshin in terms of leveling up characters. It's even worse than the artifact system. You can't even level up your talents for specific characters unless you do things on specific days. It's a very weird system and it doesn't really make that much sense. ZZZ, WUWA, HSR, pretty much every other gacha game, you don't need to wait for specific days to level up your characters. It just time gates things for no reason. It can make character releases annoying if you don't pre-farm, because characters are usually released on like a Tuesday, so you might not even be able to farm the stuff you need for your character on the day you get your character, and it just makes it so much slower to level up talents. It's just overall not a good thing from the game. The next two things are
be better to not have them at all.
Not being able to craft things in your inventory, as well as having to go back to Catherine every single time you do your dailies. It just adds a bit of extra time, a bit of extra play time, I guess, and it doesn't really do anything beneficial. Just allow you to claim your dailies in your adventurer's handbook and allow you to craft stuff wherever you are on the map. If you have to go back to the crafting station every time you want to level something up, it can just take forever, and it's just better if you could just do it in your inventory like all of the other games in the Big Four. You can do this in ZZZ.
Ah, yes, the Big Four, the obnoxious four.
Allow it, making a simple.
Another one who calls them that.
Stuff in their inventory. The next thing is going to be fixing the Chronicled Witch banner and fixing the weapon banners, because Chronicled Witch banner has no pity that carries over. And the only way to guarantee you get the character you want is just to have enough pulls, use all the pulls, and get the character. And if the banner goes away, no pity. It's just such a dumb thing. Just add more banners that are rotating in so that people can pull for more characters. The Chronicled banners are just not a good addition to the game at all. Next is fixing the weapon banner. And the weapon banner, the fate point design is just terrible. I mean, it's so much worse than the systems in HSR and ZZZ with the 75-25. If the 75-25, which is a weapon banner system that sucks, is better than your weapon system, then that shows that the weapon system has a problem. And Wuthering Waves, as we mentioned earlier, is just so much of a better system because you could just guarantee a weapon with 80 pulls. Please just make the weapon system better. It would cause more people to pull for weapons. Sure, you might lose some money on whales, but people would like this, and you could get a lot of your player base to start playing the game again if you made simple changes like the ones I'm listing out. Next, please add resin overflow. Every game besides Genshin has this. Wuthering Waves has this, HSR has this, ZZZ has this. You don't need to just not have resin overflow. It's such a simple thing to add, and if you do add it, please don't make it like Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves only having 480 overflow is kind of annoying. Please make it like 2000. Also, Wuthering Waves should make it 2000. I don't know why Wuthering Waves only has it as 480. It's stupid. At least 1000 minimum, preferably 2000. If you do 480, that's just stupid. Or if you do like 400, which is like double the resin amount, that's just dumb.
Just raise the cap.
A decent amount.
Why overflow? Just give a bigger cap.
Is the dialogue skip option. If you're not going to do it for main quest, at least do it for side quest. And if you don't do it for main quest, I don't get why.
I'm not even saying much anymore. I'm just bored.
Are just going to leave it on
collecting all the things on my screen.
Out of it, or they're just going to spam skip through it. Also, another thing about Genshin. Genshin is one of the few games where you can't really spam click through stuff because it has cutscenes like everywhere in the like minor cutscene kind of things in the dialogue, so you can't really
Yep.
spam through it. If you compare it to like ZZZ, in ZZZ you could just spam click through everything. You can get through some of the stories pretty fast just by just spam clicking, even if there was the skip button. HSR kind of has that, but Genshin, you cannot spam click through things because it kind of just locks you, and it'll like, okay, you have to wait 3 seconds before you can click again to spam through the next one, and it's just a bunch of waiting even if you wanted to spam through the quest, which is dumb. Okay, just add a skip button, make it so you could skip through stuff a lot easier. Also make it so that you could go back if you accidentally skipped too far. You know, provide some safety nets for those who are actually playing this story so that they don't skip too far ahead. These might seem like, well, why would you add a thing we could skip back? Isn't that just for dumb people? Well, no. I mean, it's just kind of covering all your bases, and it's not a hard thing to add either, so just do it. Next, artifact loadouts are something that Hoyoverse legitimately seems to be allergic to, except in Honkai Impact 3rd they did have them, if I'm remembering correctly. And also WoWa has this, so your competition has this, you might as well add it. Wow, it's going to decrease your player retention because people are spending an obscene amount of time switching artifacts. People shouldn't have to spend like 10 minutes in their artifact like inventory switching stuff before doing Spiral Abyss. Just allow people to do it a lot faster. There's no reason not to add this. It's not a hard thing to add either. This next one is one of the main reasons I don't play Genshin, and it is then the daily system sucks. I think that out of all of the gacha games I've ever played, and I've played probably around like 15, 20 gacha games, I haven't played as many as like a lot of people, but these dailies in Genshin are some of the worst I've ever played. And the Fate point system, it does do some stuff to make it better. But you have to do like, you do an entire story quest and you get like 2 days of like dailies. 2 days for doing like an entire story quest. It just doesn't make that much sense. And it's meant to encourage exploration and stuff like that, but it's just dumb. I mean, the dailies also, like the daily quests, if you were to do them, they just take forever. It just keeps you into some quests, which like, oh, you have to do this quest for a daily, and there's no dialogue skip, so you're just stuck in dialogue for like 10 minutes, and it's like, these dailies just take forever compared to a lot of other games. And also, I think it could be beneficial, especially for like artifacts farming. Just make it so you could spend like 80
Give a
time
sweep
or, like,
button.
more stamina. Wuthering Waves does this, and it's
How about
one
a
of the
sweep
nicest things that
button?
Wuthering Waves did. So
Give
I
a
would like to see
sweep
this
button.
in Genshin as well, just so you could do your dailies faster. Do your dailies, auto claim, not have to talk to Catherine, get off. It would just make it so much smoother to do dailies.
Right,
I
hi
actually
Demon
like
and
building characters in Genshin. I do quite
Demon
like
can
interacting with the
draw.
artifact system, but I just don't. I
Welcome.
have not.
We'll be
farmed in
ending soon. We've been
Genshin,
live
done
for
my
like the
dailies
past
since,
couple like
of
hours.
4.4 or something, or
It's
like
already like
over a year,
7:30 in the
because
morning.
it is just
I was
pain
just
in
doing
the
some
ass to do it
reacts here, but
daily.
then I was
Next
on
thing
this one
I
that I'm
want to
kind of
add,
bored
permanent
through it.
events. There are a lot of events
I'm
that
more
people just end up
focused
missing.
in
Maybe you
on
don't
just
have time,
collecting all
but
the
that
things on
shouldn't
my
really be
screen.
an issue, right?
Then paying attention to
People
the react
want
I
to
was
miss an
said.
event don't have so much FOMO that you're like, you need to do the event now or never. I feel like the FOMO that they're enforcing with events is just too much. It's allowing people to do important story events, specifically important story quests, whenever. You can cut the rewards pretty much out of it, allow people to do old story quests, allow people to do old events, keep some of the event rewards, maybe half them or something for the event rewards, and then for old story quests, you can just give no rewards, right? And also, like I mentioned earlier, the ability to buy 4-star weapons, maybe just make it so that if you do the story, the old story, you can get the 4-star weapons. Like, you don't need to remove these stories from the game completely. Have a separate screen where you could download the story and then do it, and then it deletes it after. That way you could save on storage issues as well. There are so many things you could do that are just better, right? That would improve the player experience and improve engagement with the game, right? The more you have your consumers engage with the game, the more they'll like the game, right? But you're doing it in a toxic way right now. So try and do it in a better way where you can have players encouraged to play the game. The last thing is focusing way too heavily on the new player experience and providing poor endgame. Imaginarium Theater is not what people meant when they wanted more endgame. I have talked to a lot of people who play Genshin. I have a lot of friends who still play it, and none of them enjoy the endgame. Everyone is just more on the casual side. They said, yeah, I used to do the endgame, but it's so shit that I just don't do it anymore. They just do the story, they explore, have a bit of a fun time, and then just get off the game. That's what most of the people who play Genshin that I know actually play Genshin for. Don't play for the endgame. I think it's bad. Very highly inflated in terms of HP. That is something that people have complained about a lot too. You just gotta fix the endgame experience. Or if you really want to stay in the casual game, don't fix the endgame experience, but just make it so that people who are in later stages of the game can have more to interact with, more enjoyable things to do, rather than just, oh, this shitty endgame where the boss has like 16 billion HP and you can't even kill it because you don't have enough artifacts and because you didn't C6 the character that you needed to. Spiral of Abyss specifically is still pretty easy to clear up until like the last time I played was around like 4.5. But nowadays, I'm
Okay.
not sure if that's the same. And I've heard people
That's
complaining about
cleared.
the Night Soul's Blessing mechanic in certain like shields. Like you can't destroy the shield unless you have Burning or Night Soul's Blessing. And that's just like, you're kind of forcing people to use weird teams, which I get in a way. You want to force people to sort of try out new teams. And
Create
try
a
out new
problem
content,
and sell
but
the
maybe save
solution.
that for floor 13
That's
or
why.
14, okay? Maybe let's
They
add a
created
floor
the
13 or
problem, they're
14
selling
with
the
very
solution.
strict team requirements, and then just, you know, have it so that the casual
And then
players
we're
can go
doing
from there,
this.
but they can still get their rewards and stuff. All in all, Genshin, even
Okay.
with a lot of these quality of life changes, if they were to add all of them, there's still a lot more they could do, but this is just like a small list of things, because if I'm going to be saying that Genshin is outdated, of course I gotta say, okay, well, Genshin's outdated now, here's how it can catch up to a lot of the other gacha games and start in terms of quality of life. But there's a lot more things that Genshin needs to do than just improving their quality of life if they want to get a lot of their players back. Because to get players back from like a game like Wuthering Waves, they have to be better than Wuthering Waves. To get their players back from ZZZ, they have to do better than ZZZ. Get their players back from HSR, they got to do better than HSR. So this might not even be enough to bring a lot of their players back. However, it would be a step in the right direction, and it would actually provide a lot of their players with a lot more trust in the game, right? That the game is listening to them. And when you feel like a company is just not listening to you and the stuff that you have to say, it just feels terrible as a player to play the game, and it makes it so that you don't want to play it as much. That's all I really wanted to talk about today in terms of the
Okay, that
Genshin
video is done. It
experience,
was really
and how
boring.
Genshin has kind of never learned from their mistakes. They have made so many mistakes and just never.
Okay, his video is done. You know what? We're done with reacts for today. Anyways, I'm just gonna quickly do my Infinity Nikki dailies and sign off. We've been live for almost 8 hours again. I'm tired. And I need to get some sleep as well. Yeah. Let's just do that. Let me quickly do those things. Oh, where is it? Oh, here it is. I won't change category because we're gonna end soon. I'm just gonna open it up and do it real quick. There's no real point. Right? There's no real point in changing category. Because this is just gonna be quick anyways. Just after the game opens up. Because that sometimes takes forever. Honestly, I should have left music on while we were doing that last react. I should have. Alright. Let me get it done. Alright, we'll just quickly do this and then we end off. Alright, let's get this done. I'll have to finish all the event stuff in here at some other point. Right, where was the teleport spot? Oh, it's over here. Okay, already did that one. So we'll just finish up this stuff here. Where is all this stuff? Oh, it's right there. Okay. At least it's close to the teleport spot. Surely we'll have people doing it right now. Or not. Game not alive enough. There's no one else doing the daily here. Right, we keep putting the things in here. Okay, we got that one done. And now we gotta go collect the things here. Alright, they're that way. Oh, there's people on this thing. We keep going around just grabbing all the things here. Not much shards there, but whatever. Alright, they're over here. Oh, the thing's over here. And the other one's over down there. Any more of the smaller shards here? Don't think so. Alright, we got the thing up there. There's more stuff around here and then goes all the way down. Alright, we got the starlight limit. Is there anything else here? Okay, I think I got all the things there. And then if we go open up here, we're only at 29. Unfortunately to unlock that node, I need 40. So that'll have to wait. Okay, I gotta get the free packs here. Okay, I'm done with my shit there. Alright then. Well, this is just where we're gonna end the stream for the night then. As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some sleep. So yeah, see you guys. See you guys.